Welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English once again. It is Sunday, and my name is Trajan. I am joining you once again as your play-by-play for the first couple of games. Joining me now, for the first time this year, an OG of the channel, it's Rude Dude. Welcome back to the fold, my friend.
Thank you. I've been lurking in the shadows, patiently waiting for my time to return. And honestly, CBLOL hasn't disappointed. We had the one-on-one bonanza at the end of week one. And then last week, the standings started to begin to flesh themselves out. But then yesterday kind of tore all of my expectations to shreds again. So, we're CBLOLing, and I think that's the best thing to think about.
Yeah, for sure. We do be CBLOLing here. We have now finally started to see some kind of strata appear. We're getting some top teams, some bottom teams again, but I must say we are still very much of the opinion that even these lower grade teams like Liberty, Los Grandes, Furia, they're still killers. They're very, very deadly. And then Fluxu and INTZ we're sitting on the struggle bus there. So
yeah,
for I guess these bottom teams, these bottom half, so Furia, Liberty, Los, Fluxu, INTZ, do you have a lot of hope and a lot of faith in that bottom side to keep it competitive? RMC thought this was going to be a very competitive split. Do you think that Fluxu and INTZ particularly have like a road to success here? Or are we just kind of waiting for summer?
No, I actually think that there's a world where we could see maybe 4 of the 5 bottom teams fight for that 6th place. I think it was 2021 spring or summer where we had sort of 4 teams fight for 6th place, and it was loud in a 4-way tiebreaker that didn't make playoffs because of game time or something along those lines. I'm very much envisioning something like that in a different fold where it's 3-4 teams all battling for 6th place and the final playoff spot, which could go to, like I say, I think that many of these teams, including INTZ and Fluxu, can have a go at that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess to look above them, which is the Cade Stars, which is something of a close to your heart, we know.
Yep.
How do you feel about this 3-2 team right now? They did suffer a loss yesterday. Are we still kind of, how do you feel this vision is progressing? I remember Coach CL at the end of yesterday's game said we lost to ourselves. Do you think that's true? Do you think the Viva Cade Stars are still, working things out, but the potential is still there? Or are we starting to see them slow down a bit after a hot start?
I don't know that lost the game to themselves is entirely accurate. I think that Red did a great job early on accelerating the pace of the game, right? The bot 4v2 dive that they just kind of took to VKS, and I was kind of like, well, that's not you losing the game, that's the enemy team winning it, but there are definitely elements of VKS also having a bit of a struggle moment. In terms of where I see them, how they're doing, I still think Takui is top 2 mids in our region right now, and that's maybe doing him a disservice. I'm very high on this player. I've been excited by him. I think Pro Delta has still got plenty of time to grow. So I'm very much still on the VKS hype train. I think they can do a lot of things this split. So
yeah,
that's
for
my
sure.
expectation.
I think we definitely saw from Takui that even if you push him off Azir and he went onto the Orianna, he was still like 30 CS up, really far ahead in the lane. And yeah, the game kind of fell to bits at the end. But yeah, Takui certainly had a hot one, is certainly acquitting himself very well, as I believe we are taking a quick look at the prediction scores right now. I can't actually tell. I need to confirm with Rose if what we're seeing on VMix is actually what's going out on stream, so that might not be the case. But we will see if it actually shows up. So let's go back to prediction. I'm going to put a clear instruction in, and it's going to happen, and then we're all going to be on the same page. So 4i4, Hawk, Solari, Soph, and myself, all at the top. Maybe this is not the closest CBLOL split, but the closest talent prediction split thus far. Rude Dude and Rose just 1 point behind, Axeman and Yesu behind that, and RMC still languishing, trying to recover from that pretty bleak week 1. So
he's
yeah, go ahead.
He's certainly on a road right now, is RMC, and if we take a look, right, there are 3 points between 1st and 10th. That's actually a lot. Oh no.
Okay, yeah, sorry, we forgot to add in true last place.
Twitch chat. I'm gonna say it. You suck. That's all it is. Minus infinity points, like, that's impressive.
Yeah, there is some improvement needed. Work on yourselves, Twitch chat, okay? Because this is not acceptable.
Look inward.
This is really not an acceptable performance from our chat right here. We'll see if you can fix that one. going forward. Maybe at least get off the infinity mark. Maybe get some sort of defined negative result. But going into today, I think we probably have a fairly... There's a couple of matches that are probably going to split down the middle. But generally speaking, I think today there are fairly clear favorites going through. With this first game being
definitely
a good example of it, right? Red Canids versus Fluxu is our first matchup here. And especially after yesterday, I think a lot of the faith has been restored for Red. I know 4i4 on the last episode of Gringos Liberados, our podcast, was a bit shaky on them. They'd gone 2-2. They'd lost to Kaboom. They didn't look that good. But then they came back. They completely yoink and twisted Kaboom's comp and then just absolutely steamrolled over VKS, especially in that late game fight. So... Rude Dude, are you still confident in Red here? And do you think it is just a style thing? Are they just trying to find what works for them? Or do you think it is just maybe still in the warm-up period?
I'm actually very confident on Red. Again, there's only so many teams that I can be very confident on, and I think that lends itself to RMC's prediction of it being a very close split. I have those top 5 teams that we saw in the standings all being very close and competitive with one another. For Red specifically, I'm excited to see what bringing in a 6th person offers them. We've seen a little bit from Frosty, a little bit from Jojo, and with Grethar back in the mid lane, we know that from his debut, almost, right? He came up from Academy for Red, he just YOLO'd into finals, pulled out Kled mid, that this guy's champion pool happens and can go very wild, and it helps with his duality with Aegis. He's very happy to get involved there.
Yeah, now we do have the picks and bans beginning very shortly. Quick check-in on the Red Kulunga roster there. We do have Jojo in today again. We haven't seen Frosty again since that one game. And there has been, it was a Senna game for Frosty there. And we're still waiting and seeing to see what Red's plan is in terms of what they're doing with this sort of semi-6-man roster deal going on there. And then for Fluxu, it is the same 5 that you know and love: Kiari, Sting, Fu, Kojima, and Scamber, who, once again, individually, they have all shown us something so far. As a team, we're yet to really see it come together, and as the rest of the teams keep improving, let's see what they can do, if they can do any damage around that bottom of the table. As we're into the bans, Red with a first pick Kalista, and the answer being Azir, Vi for Fluxu.
Okay, so already decent death ball composition for Fluxu just with these 2 picks. They still have plenty of time to pivot their draft if they choose to, but Red opting into a already fairly aggressive bot lane. You can go for something like the Renata. You can also go for a very aggressive support pairing. I know that when you were on Gringos Liberados just this week, I think it was 4i4 saying, you know, you don't pick up Brunsey to have him play Seraphine. Put him on a Kalista, make him a carry for you. And with this composition already, you assume that this Udi is going into the top lane, and they are pivoting their entire style once again back toward Brunsey carriers.
Yes, for sure. And I was interested to see that we did have the Lucian band as well. That was so high prior yesterday. There's a lot of Lucian B1ing still in the CBLOL, and despite those first couple of weeks of pro play, everyone decided Lucian was terrible, and the win rates and stats were very bad. Everyone is just stubbornly continuing with this pick, and the CBLOL at least is starting to see a bit more success with it, as I'm glad also to see Udyr taken by FNB, really propping up the Udyr stats in this region as FNB, showing that the champion is in fact real, and this is going to be his 3rd game on it, and he's already got 2 wins under his belt. Fluxu, we shall see what the answer is in that bot lane. It's the Senna lock-in, so we don't know what the bot lane pairing is yet, but they're happy enough to commit.
No, and I think that Senna has so many good pairings. You can ban away things like Tom Kench. Previously, you've seen things like Wukong. I don't think that that's necessarily as high priority, but also Sona Seraphine, right? Get rid of some enchanters. Also, there's just too many good pairings for Seraphine, and it's a almost sunk cost fallacy for me as a Red. If you're a Red fan, like, do I even bother banning some of these OP things because there's just another OP thing that they can take? It really does depend on what you don't want to face as opposed to what you don't want the Senate to be playing with.
Yeah, I think honestly, maybe you just start banning out Kiari to make this top lane even easier. Just get rid of the Cassante, get rid of anything else that's halfway decent. Like, because
I actually think that you've taken Udyr blind. Like, unless there are some illegal top matchups for Udyr, which exactly, it's actually fine. Well, I disagree with this. I disagree with this. You're on that wavelength. That's fine. Me and Kalec will beef on Twitter afterwards. We'll figure that one out. But I like that we're seeing dual bans from Fluxu as well, right? They're taking away jungle, they're taking away mid. They're not double dipping on either one of them. Just know, okay, Nico's a problem, Zinzal's a problem. We'll get them out of the way.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're kind of forcing Grefler onto Corki at this rate, which might not be the worst idea.
The most OP champion in mid lane.
Yeah.
No, don't make me do it.
Yeah, but so Grifthar, he's not ever been our mage,
No,
king,
he hasn't.
Right? He's not been our DPS lord, and that's still kind of the case. Like the Orianas and the Azirs have not been his hottest picks so far. The Nico was definitely his most successful. They've taken the utility away from him instead. So we'll see if he does opt for the Corki and how he does with it, as Fluxu are happy to pick up the Senna Seraphine, something Red famously lost on last week to Kaboom after building a absolutely terrifying kind of death ball composition with this as at its core, and then Kaboom kind of picked it apart with a Lucian Milio in the late game. So let's see if Fluxu can stack this one up better.
I am so ready for an Ornn R5 right now, and it's not even close, because they kind of need a front line to make this death ball work.
Yeah.
You're looking for somebody to have a pair up basically with the 5-for-1, and then you're also looking to get a front line for your Senna, for your Seraphine, for your Azir as well. 3 champs that can do big DPS in the late game. If they don't have a front line, it's going to be easy for, I'm thinking in this instance, FNB to kind of run around and kill them all very quickly.
Yeah. We did also, well, you were mentioning Senna pairings before, as the Yone locked in. So, now, is this actually going mid? Is Greflar going to say...
Has to be Yone going mid. No way. I mean, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're quite right, it doesn't. But if Grethar is dropping that much ego, like, not... Oh, I've got so much ego to drop.
Speaking of ego.
Okay. Oh, actually, Olaf works as well. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah.
It can run fast into an Udyr, right? Udyr's whole thing is he runs quick. Olaf can run quick too. And if the Udyr, tries to CC immune, what are you CC immuning, right? The slow off the axe, cool, I have it back in a second. So, I actually really like this top lane with Kiari.
Yeah, and Fluxu now...
Providing it's an Udyr top.
Yes, it's still like Fluxu Death Ball, but they are very... forward leaning. They have a lot of move speed together, a lot of group shared move speed with the bot lane that they can bring everyone else in, and long range for Fu. So Fluxu have the tools to be decisive here, and then Red have egoed a little bit with a Kalista bot, Yone mid in their carry position. So
throw in an Amumu. Yeah,
just throw it in there because they need some sort of engage, I suppose.
I actually want an AP. Yeah. I need the hand grenade from Aegis this game. Just AP hand grenade, throw yourself in, blow up with full AP. Like, where's their magic damage coming from this game? Small amounts from FNB. Maybe he builds a Liandry's. Red Thor's every second auto attack, guys. We're winning on that one. But AP Amumu could go a little bit dummy here.
Yeah, and like, you need to kill members of Fluxu quickly. The longer the fights go, the more Q Seraphine gets, the more Ws, I should say. He's whatever a heal is, and then the more Qs Senna gets, I should say. So if you don't kill them in one blow, they're gonna keep getting up and fighting. The Olaf as well, loves to be on low HP for as long as possible. So I think Red also have to be decisive in the same way, but I think Fluxu have a comp that is hard to crack open, but can simultaneously play very aggressively itself. I like it for Fluxu.
Yeah, and one of the small things that I really look for when playing Seraphine compositions is actually how easy it is for her to layer encores on top of her team. This game, it's very easy because you've got somebody playing in mid-range, you've got Olaf who is going to be as far in the back. Yeah, literally. That's what you want. That's what you need when you're playing these Seraphine compositions. So I'm actually very happy with the dual lock in there.
Yeah, now, these are our predictions for today. Luckily, for this week, Hawk's absence has kind of avoided us cursing the good teams as hard. We are still 3-0, or 0-3, I should say, on sweep predictions, but Hawk's absence here has meant that Loud were able to pick up that win yesterday, and now Red, maybe they can withstand the Fluxu composition. We already say that we like the Fluxu comp, and the more we tend to predict on teams, the harder it seems to be for them to win games. So let's see if that magic is going to continue. And then for the Red side, we got to know what the goal is for Fluxu, I think. You get strong out of lane, you get into that team fight, and you stick together, and you just try and kind of, just close the ranks on them and then weather the storm. For Red, when you have this Kalista and a Yone looking to be very kind of mobile in the fight, you've got Aegis throwing himself in, where does the Udyr fit into this? Is Udyr going to be with them in the team fight? Is he going to be on a side lane? Is he a part of this Red plan, like in a team fight sense, or
it's definitely tricky because side lane he's probably not going to do very much versus Kiari, I wouldn't imagine. And in a team fight, you're team fighting versus Senna Seraphine, so I'm actually kind of
tough.
Torn as to what is going to happen in FNB's world this game.
Yeah, I've been gassing up FNB Udyr as our best Udyr, and now he's in a very tough game. So if he can make it work here, then I'm sold. At that point, we've seen Aegis taking away that blue buff. He's gonna go face to face with Sting, who I imagine, does he have a flash Q in him? Does he feel good about that? Maybe not. Just gonna
you don't level Q on Vi until level 3 if you're clearing. Sure. If you're playing for the clear, he actually doesn't have Q right now because you want the W attack speed, you want the E auto attack reset, and the Q is insufficient damage to make it valuable unless you're going for a very cheesy gank. So Sting, gets counter jungled by Namumu. It is what it is. Yeah. Happens to the best of us. I don't think it'll happen for much longer. Aegis has already left his jungle, and I think if he walks into the Vi when they've all got all of their spells, then it gets a lot harder.
Yeah, for sure. We can see some heavy trading going on in bot and mid lane here. I'm hesitantly kind of hopeful about Grevthar in mid on this Yone, because while I don't love him in the mage to mage matchups, Kiari, are we feeling good about this? We're all missed that critical undertow, and FNB should be fine.
Welcome to the Udyr trap of he's low. I can do something. And then he just empower turtles and he's full HP. Oh, look at that! He's not low anymore. Crazy.
Oh, crazy. Now he has the health lead, and Aegis round the corner. Kiari with the ghost. Maybe needs to try and get this done. Flash early as well. Aegis surely has time to get into range here, and he's got 2 bandages to work with. Misses the first. Kiari now goes back towards the tower.
Sting's
FNB
here.
doing the due diligence. Now Sting has arrived. Can they get this Olaf dead and done? There's the first blood for Yamumu. And FNB still low, but still fine. Still checking over them. As maybe a Wingborn Storm to offer, or Aegis just going to lock him up, and Udyr gets 1 as well. Great start from Red in that 2 versus 2. It took a while, but they're very happy with the result.
Yeah, Kiari played it slow, tried to bait and get Sting in. Unfortunately, Sting fails his combo a little bit with the Q flash, ends up knocking Aegis in instead of going for the one shot onto FNB, and also not quite landing with the killing blows onto FNB as he would have liked. Kiari here, you can see he's got a decision to make. Do I walk out and sort of sacrifice a bit of a wave, or do I try and play for this 2 versus 2? Sting here, you can see he was looking to get onto FNB. I think he also holds his Q for just a little bit too long. Would have liked to see him try and protect his top laner if he knocks up Aegis that little bit earlier. Maybe it's nice. And then small nice mechanic thing here from Aegis. Q smiting on a ranged creep so that your Olaf thinks that, or the Vi thinks that she's safe. Of course, you smite away the minion. No longer safe from Bandit's toss.
Well executed for sure by the Red Canids top side, and they've got a nice lead starting off there. Obviously, Kiara's still going to be a threat with this Olaf, but I imagine FNB will have to... Ooh, Grevthar sweats himself down to 100 HP. Fu is but FNB is also here, I suppose, and we'll get this wave crashed in.
Of course. This is Udyr jungle, right, guys? That's why I've just been ganked by the enemy's level 4 top laner. The wave looked good for FNB as well. He actually just chose not to TP back to top lane and is actually suffering a little bit in terms of that experience. But, he's Udyr at the end of the day. He's probably going to collect this wave, be level 9, and then win the game. So we'll deal with that.
Bot lane now still getting pushed in from Fluxu. Aegis on that bot side. There's a lot of vision in that river, though. They'll see him coming if he tends his way down. We'll see if maybe Fluxu tend up towards the grubs as a response. Sting is heading up there already. And Aegis straight onto the dragon, in fact. So going for an early objective on that side, we'll assume it's maybe going to be traded on the top side, but unless Sting works out what's going on, he might not rush to it.
I think they know, now that we've seen them appear. Now they've cleared the pink, walked up through the river, and are currently sat on the shrine. Sting has got a pretty good idea that they could be doing the dragon. And obviously, he does have his map turned on. Discord's on for the team. They're relaying information from bot side to top side. Well done for wearing your headset. As Grevthar's actually here now. And I don't think that they really want this.
A little while to do, Just now up the river. FNB first to the scene as well from top side. Fu with level 6 doesn't get tagged by the bandage. Grevthar has an ultimate to offer as well.
Everybody missed everything.
Back. 1 secured for Aegis, likely to be 2 there. So 5 still on the table, but ultimately a lot of objectives, all the value across the map picked up by Red.
All right, not bad. And to kind of harken back to some of the questions. Never mind, Sting got it.
Oh, but FNB got all the little ones, and that's where all the gold is, you see. So Kojima is here on the
He's level 3.
With the root. Sting, if he gets a Q, could maybe look for the burst there as Aegis is contending with Kiari. Flashes over the wall. FNB now abandoned between 2 red towers. Just trying to Wastes a bit of their time, I suppose, but a lovely rotation from Kojima sorts that play out nicely. Now Aegis transitioning into mid, gets a flash out of Azir. He holds the ultimate, but another bandage toss is there. Grifthar, I thought he might commit his own R, but doesn't go for it.
I think Fu can ulti the Amumu back under the turret. Aegis doesn't have flash. Would have really liked to, try and force a kill back there. Maybe saving his ulti for a bit more of a defensive play. Nevertheless, good execution from Fluxo on the top side. Kojima specifically making his way up there, makes the kill happen, gives it over to Chiari as well. However, there is Red taking both neutral objectives in their favor, right? 2-1 for the Void Grubs. They get the Drake as well. Big wins for Red Canids, and their composition needs to thrive early game. We highlighted earlier on. Fluxo, they win late game if they do 5v5. So if Red can get a bit of a lead and wait that out, they'll be fine.
Sting ready and waiting in the mid lane. Doesn't have the ultimate to fully punish that aggression from Grefthar. Also doesn't have a blue buff once again, as we saw Aegis sneak that away. He's been 0% blue buff control so far into this game as he heads onto that top side. And Aegis goes back to the farming. So after all that nonsense, Red about 1,000 up with the Dragon, with the Grub lead. It's been a solid start for them. And this is what they need, right? You can't let Fluxo sit back and scale with a Senna Seraphine Azir.
Nope, and Red so far doing a very good job at initiating on that, and even Serena, you to highlight the bot lane for scaling. I mean, Chiari picked up a cult as well, so they really are going the whole hog in terms of how fast can we scale. Sting, I'm not too sure how I feel about the B-Blade, right? You know that you're playing for this scaling. I guess the B-Blade is here to give yourself a little bit of early bang for your buck. Nevertheless, has been sort of thwarted on most efforts, right? Went up to his top side to try and take away the Grubs, lost out on 2 of them. And now we're seeing a potential Aegis gank coming in through this lane. And there's no wards in here, so he's got a chance.
Yeah, he is not on vision right now. Is that not diveable? They're not going to go that crazy for it, and they will just pull the recall. No opportunities discovered there. But yeah, the thing about Olaf is it feels like for a long time, it was like he falls off super hard at 20 minutes. He's a lane stomper, but then he's bad. And then there was a time when he didn't fall off so hard later on. And now that we've redone a lot of these bruiser items with things like Sundered Sky now in the game, how late do you think Olaf runs in terms of his viability as a champ?
Like 35 minutes, honestly. Like, this champ doesn't fall off anywhere. Yeah, literally. This champ doesn't fall off anywhere near as hard as he used to. A lot of the bruiser items really help him, right? He had Gore Drinker for forever, and that was just Olaf in a nutshell. Now we've got Sundered Sky, so he's actually absolutely fine. Sterax is very strong as well, so you've got so much staying power in the front line that honestly, Olaf is fine for the most part of the game. It's only when you reach 5-6 items that you're starting to think, my champ sucks.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if we get to that point. As we can see, just the note there, that the game after this one, Kaboom and Pain, very much a match of the day. Coming up after this is Sting. Will finally get himself some mana regen in this game. Finally steals away blue buff from Red this time. Grefthar once again going aggressive onto Fu, but these trades not working out so hot for him this time.
No, and almost got that Nash's Tooth completed actually, Fu here. Sting lurking, waiting for ages. This should be a 2v2 that Fluxo can win, as long as they don't stack up and get hit by both ults. Alright, they don't want it.
Over the wall. Yeah, not feeling confident about it, as he will still... He's hanging around, and maybe if they can get all their focus onto Grefthar, for Aegis has time to react, as it does seem to be... Oh, there he goes, committing for it. There's the knockback into the Q, into the ultimate. Aegis over the corner, gets the double stun. And look at Red's bot lane, just in time. Back goes Grefthar, Sting abandoned, flashes over the wall, followed by the Yone. Surely they'll chase him down, as under the tower, Brunsei finds Fu. There's a nicely placed blast cone, but just not enough time. Wonderful rotation from Red, and a great response to Fluxo's play.
Yeah, it is the bot lane difference that helps Red in the mid lane. Double roam up from Brunsei and Jojo. They know that the play is going to happen, and they managed to secure not only 2 kills, but 5 out of 6 grubs for the game as well. So the Void Mites are going to help themselves to taking down Fluxo's turrets whenever Red are in range. And again, continuation of this early game that Red needed to win. They've not stopped just yet. We've got a couple minutes now before the Herald's going to spawn. Hopefully they can get that, secure the Rift Herald as well. They'll be able to break open a turret, start really accelerating the pace of the match.
Yeah, you could, like, the combo is there. Maybe it just takes too long to execute, I guess, for time to bot to rotate. But it is, the plan was clear, and they executed onto Red Grefthar, but they just don't have the damage to get over the line.
No, and that, unfortunately, when you've got bot lane coming, you already know, okay, they see it on vision, right? There's a ward just on the bot side of mid lane. There's that element in your head of, if we could have just committed to the 2v2, we, probably had the damage to take down Grethar, or at the very least make him not a part of this fight. He had the soul unbound, so he was going to get away anyway, but then you can just turn and wail on Aegis as well, so they would have probably gone away with a victory in the 2v2, unfortunately, like we saw bot lane managed to come on up and actually get Brunsey involved in the game, which is quite nice because this Callista also a champion that not necessarily falls off of a cliff late game, but also a champion that you do want to try and exploit early on, specifically versus a Senna Seraphine.
Yeah, and they have now just accelerated him right to the top of the gold table. As you can see, Brunsey a clean 400 ahead of Aegis, and only Chiari from Fluxu anywhere near that top half of the table there. As the Olaf has been doing fine into this matchup. Not really any kills to be found. A Scamber, grab back by the handshake. Over the wall goes Aegis with a bandage toss. Forces the flash from the Seraphine, but there's not really anywhere to go from here. Aegis going to tank it up. Brunsey's there to finish it off, and the snowball continues on bot side.
Yeah, and what's being lost on the other side of the map? Maybe one plate goes to Fu here, maybe another one for Chiari, but he's basing stolen away Gromp. Cool. These are not big leads that Fluxu are getting on the other side of the map. It's a very nice snowball that Red have got rolling down this hill, and so far, Fluxu not had an answer just yet.
No, they've been trying things. They've had a couple of plays in the works, and mostly Red has just had the right answer to it, and has now got this excellent gold lead to play with. This much more aggressive, early focus style from Red for a second game in a row, giving far better results than the sit back and scale and teamfight option that they tested against Kaboom. So perhaps confidence is key for the Canids here. Even when Titan was on the roster, that was often the case. It seems like going back to that method when all you've really done is swap out Titan for Titan 2.0, I think that kind of makes sense.
Oh, 2.0, the reiterated better version almost is the insinuation
Cooler
there.
Titan.
The cooler Titan, nothing else. No other metrics matter. They have taken 2 dragons as well for Red, which is actually really nice. Again, this comp that wants to be winning early, they are doing so, and they've got themselves up to 2 Drakes. Unfortunately, they low rolled, right? They got Chemtech sold. They didn't get something valuable like an Infernal, like an Ocean, Hextech even. So, a little bit of a unlucky moment, but they should still be fine, and Aegis has just blinded them.
Oh, and they've just got a lovely setup for Grethar and Jojo around the corner. It's just devastating for Fluxu. Both bot laners wiped off the face of the earth.
I was really happy for Aegis, and then I looked at his item builds, and it's not the AP hand grenade. Yeah. It's Sunfire, it's Frozen Heart. I'm snoozing at the Aegis wheel right now. Obviously, it doesn't matter. If they get to the hyper late game, it could be AP Amumu, it could be Tank Amumu, and it wouldn't matter, and Fluxu should still run away with it in that situation, as Chiari has found Red. I don't know if he wanted to, though. He has Ghost, he has Ulti, he has Flash, but...
He's found a lot of Red. He's found most of Red in this top side. 4 members now on top of him as he pops the ultimate, walks straight into Jojo once again. Does he have the damage to get away here? Nope, the render's there, and a killing spree for Brunsey is collected. FMB ghosting on the front line, cannot catch the rest of Fluxu, and I guess we'll just go back to what we were doing before.
Scamber even TP'd in for this as well. We saw Grethar take or at least push the wave deep in bot lane with that turret being down. Scamper TP'd in to try and make something happen there, and they got nothing. The Senna ulti came through. It wasn't enough to keep the Olaf alive, as a little replay of how this execution, honestly, unfurled on our screen. Triple CC comes through. You've got Olaf, or not Olaf ulti, excuse me. The Amumu into the Yone, into a nice handshake from Jojo as well. So not really anything to be done there for Fluxu, and they kind of have to sit there and accept that that's going to be their fate if they've got no front line.
I just love the Amumu for Aegis, man. Even if it's not hand grenade build, this champion has just been a highlight reel factory for this player for so many splits. It fits so well into his role within all the various iterations of Red Canids, just being that frontline initiator, being able to set up your whole team for success. Plus, it's got surprisingly good objective-taking abilities on its own. It's just such a great pick in his hands, and we're starting to see that once again here today as Grethar is going to skip away from Chiari. They had Kojima in the back pocket, but they will not catch out the Yone.
So as much as I, rag on the Frozen Heart and the lack of magic damage that it provides you, I do want to talk about the exceptional value that it gives to the Amumu this game. We have triple auto attackers, and I'm not counting Chiari in that. You've got Fu, you've got Kojima, and you've got Sting, all of which are going to be doing a large portion of their damage with those auto attacks. And the attack speed reduction from the aura is going to just be insane.
Yeah, it really, really is. As now we've got a Herald into the mid, and now we are drifting it down to the bot lane. There's no
He's
towers
practicing.
here. So
Practice run.
let's see where he's going with this. Okay, it's just that it's literally just like speeding his way down into the bot side, I guess, to rotate faster because the minions are just going to kill this. But all right, he didn't crash into anything and got a tower and got 2 charges. So this is certainly an improvement for the region.
That's better than Root. Certainly, one of our more famous Rift Heralds from the CBLOL. Yeah. Honestly, I'm quite happy with the development of CBLOL Rift Herald because there was a time back in start of 2023, maybe it was 2022, where we didn't acknowledge its existence except for Loud. And now we have this development of, okay, we'll acknowledge that it exists, but we can't use it.
Yeah.
Particularly. And now we're getting to, okay, maybe there's a couple teams that are figuring it out.
Yeah, I like that also when we added the grubs, we didn't go through the usual, like, now there's a new exciting objective and CBLOL didn't read the patch notes and doesn't know it's there. They went straight onto it and they're very committal to the grubs. So CBLOL picking it up on the dot, you know, very quick adaptation now for the region. 14
regions. Or 14 seasons even, but we finally read pre-season patch notes.
Someone finally mailed them to the CBLOL offices.
So they made it. They made it over. Sao Paulo managed. Jojo's dead. A kill.
Jojo. Very dead for Fluxu. Easy pick up there for Fu, and some nice value as well as that top lane push is continuing. And remember, 5 grubs to 1. They've got the Void Mites.
Yep, and I mean 2 turrets. That's a lot of gold split between Brunsey and FNB there. Can't really complain, but Kiari does get something traded back. All right, so pity prices as well. The objective bounties are in Fluxu's favor. So that's 360 gold that just went into the Olaf's back pocket. He's finished off his Ravenous Hydra right now. So a lot of lifesteal, a lot of sustain, and a lot of wave clear as well built into this Olaf kit. Whether or not they can do anything with that, you know, remains to be seen. So far, Kiari has had a fairly dormant game, albeit one where he's out CSing his laner, but that's not the be-all and end-all of how to play top lane.
Yeah, we have seen at least that the Olaf in that isolated matchup is able to hold the wave control and threaten for kills as well. But in the context of this game, it's not looked great. But I do like the fact that we're seeing teams testing out more answers to this Udyr. As we get better at this pick, it's only going to get more annoying. Like, we were forcing it before and not doing well. Now we're forcing it and doing well. So it's kind of reached that stage that all the Udyr pundits said it was going to be at straight away.
Yeah, it's like when a champion gets newly released, right? And people are like, this champion has a 33% win rate. It must suck. And then people figure out how you're supposed to play the champion, how you're supposed to build it, and then, all of a sudden,
hang on,
it's OP, and we've got a 60% win rate out of nowhere. So it feels like that's how Udyr has developed in pro play, which is kind of unique because it doesn't normally happen like that.
Yeah, and we do have a different developing build here for Udyr, adapting to the Olaf straight into the Thornmail and then into the MR, so it is not the traditional pathway, and we can see there that Kiari can still get aggressive onto FNB. The respect is given there as both teams had members in the area as Baron spawns up. Now, it has been it's been a hot minute since we had a major play. The last thing that happened was that catch onto Jojo, but Red are just so strong that hard for Fluxu to force something as Aegis goes in aggressive. The rest of his team on the other side of the jungle, they're chasing down Kiari. Aegis has to drop the ultimate. He's going very low. The bailout is there. Someone getting assist for this man, but he's already fallen. Scammer traded back. Another scoop onto Jojo onto the tower. Brunsey trying to find the Olaf, but Kiari bought so much time here as a ghosting FNB is desperately trying to run him down. He's going to catch him at the end. Does he have the damage to get it done? Brunsey will secure it. And overall, not too bad for Fluxu at all.
No, 2 for 2. They keep their mid-tier 2 alive, don't lose out on any plays on the top side, and they're going to claim this tier 1 turret as well in the mid lane. Not only that, but they're able to take down the bounty off of Aegis' head. So a very big win, honestly, for Fluxu, given the run of the game. You'd absolutely take that in their situation. Going to have to try and reset, though. They need to make their play down on the spot side because they've got a soul spawning in the next 2 minutes. So as much as they can revel in that success, it's going to have to be replicated. And the issue for Red in this fight was how far away Aegis was, despite this tanky build. Gets caught by just a bit too much CC. Even with that bailout, you can see Kiari, great job at just isolating the correct member at that time and managed to find himself a kill. I think Brunsey, very lucky not to be caught by that scoop as well. I have to credit both of the bot laners for Fluxu because they had exceptional flashes away from Gredthar's ulti. I think if that the Yone ult manages to connect onto all 3 people like it lined up as though it was going to, it would have been an entirely different fight.
Absolutely. Look, see, cutting a little chunk out of that gold lead, still about 4,000 in Red's favor. But as you say, they cracked that mid tower, hold on to their own inner as well. So a bit more room to breathe in that middle lane. FMB trying to emulate spam, trying to draw them in. We saw this starting yesterday when he was feeling it on the Udyr. He got a bit BM with it, and now he has the Kainic Rook, and yeah, he's kind of unkillable. So I guess we can see why.
Yeah, so it's a very big grace period, is what we're saying.
Yes. Yeah, it's been
Just get
caught up
stunned.
here, and there's some damage from Fluxu. A bit of HP removed. Will simply stampede his way back to the red battle, and his Aegis on the flank onto Sting once again. But this time his team is closer by, and the second bandage toss barely scrapes past.
So I am looking at the build pass for Fluxu right now, looking at those big items that need to be hit, and unfortunately, outside of Fu, I don't think they're there. We have Moonstone coming in second for the Seraphine, so they are very much looking to not die and keep the team alive, but not so geared toward taking or doing damage. Kojima, like I can see, only on Umbral Glaive. It is literally these two items on the Azir. This is a very early start for Red, and Fluxu, they've got to try and make their way into spot this.
Yeah, Fluxu has a great 5 versus 5, but it's an awkward dance around the Baron pit as it goes down below 4. Remember, they've got Kalista securing on Red's side. They can just go for the flip. It's not a true flip. Oh,
how?
My goodness, Sting! How? How has he done this? How's he outsmited the Amumu and the Kalista?
Exceptional smiting there. Sting has had, honestly, a tough split so far, but steals like that are clear enough reason to keep this guy in the mixer. Now, this loses them Soul, and we all know, Soul is forever, Baron is temporary, so there's the element here of, was that worthwhile? I'm still going to say yes, because I think you can fight versus this Soul specifically. If Red had have got the Baron, I could very easily see the game having ended, so very happy with that play for Sting. And, well, even that time round, no pressure, they didn't manage to execute on the Smite Ren combo there.
That is bonkers right there. A smite steal on the Baron, plus the objective bounty gold. Once again, halves that gold lead. A lovely play by Sting to clutch it out. And let's see a replay of this. Let's see maybe if we can get the number it goes down to. It's just not synced up between, or something, between right? Runs and Aegis, I think, right?
Definitely not. And there's normally the window, right, when you're doing these neutral objectives, typically as the Kalista and the jungle, you need to coordinate. Okay, we're gonna press our buttons at 1800 health, because then all you're relying on is 600 damage from a rend, which you definitely have, and your smite as well, which is also fine. And Sting, if you're trying to make up this arbitrary number in your head, he guessed right clearly on that window and managed to find the window where he could get in, smite between the rend and the smite, and got himself a steal away. And I think as well, to add to why this is actually so good for Fluxu, is that despite the fact that they lost the Soul, the Baron bought them what their biggest win condition is in this game, and that's time. The later this game goes, the better their team gets, period. So 5 minutes where Red don't have a Baron is 5 minutes in their pocket.
Yeah, and they're also nice and buffed up while they're wearing Baron as well. You can see them, the confidence oozing out of them now into this bot river, hounding Aegis out of there. Kiari stepping aggressively forward on the front line. He's got 2.5 items done, the Ravenous and the Jackshow. The longer this fight goes, the harder it's going to be to kill him. Sterex on Sting to keep them alive. 2 items done for Scamber. Those heals are going to be really, really coming through. So Fluxu are certainly getting there. And Red need to try and maintain control, otherwise it's going to get very difficult for them.
They need to help Kiari here, yeah.
They need to at least pop his ultimate. Maybe they can get something off the table, but again, the minion wave placed very kindly. You won't even have to use it.
Yeah, I think that we need to see Kiari fully stick to the grouping now. Like you addressed, he's got some decent items in his back pocket, but those aren't reciprocated by damage items in his bot lane. What you would be looking for with a Senna Seraphine is that they've got that decent bang as well in their artillery. Unfortunately, that's not the case just yet. Still waiting on the second item to be finished for Kojima. We highlighted that Scamber, he's got 2.5 items, but they are definitely more geared towards survival for both him and the team, and not so much toward doing damage, right? This isn't Luden's Rabadons that we've got on the Seraphine at this stage.
Yeah, and for Fu, he's gone for the Void Staff second. We see a lot of Crypt Bloom buyers now these days, but he's gone for the more heavily damage-oriented option, and we often see them instead going to a Zhonya's or a Liandry second, but this is more kind of straight big number direction for him.
Also, he has Senna Seraphine. If you need Crypt Bloom on top of that, there is such a thing as overkill. So I'm a big fan of the Void Staff, especially when you've got Aegis and FMB who have already geared themselves so much toward being durable.
As Red trying to push their way in through the bot lane. They are trying to keep Fluxu under wraps right here, and the Baron buff has dissipated, so that extra gold is there. The pushing power is gone, as Aegis fully aggressed on by Sting. Calling the shot. Jojo flashes in, but there comes the Seraphine ultimate, continually locking up Red. Ultimately, they'll break apart. It's a flash for Jojo and Aegis, and a couple of ults from Fluxu.
Nothing really lost by either side, honestly. The Amumu flash is going to be a little bit pivotal if they're trying to find big engages in the next 5 minutes. But obviously the cease and desist is going to be back up. Scamber's got a decent amount of ability haste, so it's not the worst thing in the world for Fluxo, and there's also no objectives on the map to particularly fight for. The next thing that we're looking at is going to be that toss-up between the Baron and the Elder. They're going to spawn at roughly the same time, just by the nature of how the last sequence of neutral objectives went. That's going to present a nice problem for both of the teams. What do they want to focus? What do they want to prioritize? Whether it's Elder or the Baron. Unfortunately, I don't have to make that decision for them. That's on them.
Yeah, we'll see what conclusion they come to after consulting with the council, as FNB getting a top push matched on bot side by Red as they're loading members into that bottom lane. Clearly, instead, maybe trying to avoid this 5v5. Maybe thinking, okay, 5v5, bit of a risk for us here. Let's do some macro. Let's make some map plays and try and pull them around and split this team comp apart. I like the idea if Fluxu has the wherewithal to react to these movements.
They just need to funnel Fu right now. Here's level 16. Here's Rabadon's. Fu can carry this game. The backline dive comes from Aegis, comes from Grethar. It does exist. And Fu got a bit of a tricky time of things. He's going to have to try and position himself so that he's not getting hit by that Amumu ulti, also so that FNB's not just running him down, but that comes as a package deal, right? Sting and Chiari also have to try and alleviate some of that pressure that is going to be on their backline. We'll have to see whether or not they are able to do so. As you can see, Red sort of looking a little bit like they want to take this fight, but also equally aware that if they have to go through Chiari, it's not the target they'd like, and also that if they're running into this death ball, you can already see the shields that come from the Seraphine even before the fight's begun.
Oh, Scamber comes out, whiffs completely. That's a big button off the board as Chiari over the wall from his teammates. Grethar trying to get some damage. He just though in with the 3-man ultimate. Red needs to make it work, and there's the Seraphine hitting the floor first. They've got one down. Grethar gets blast coded to the sun disk and falls down himself. Red trying to chase down.
Oh, Brunsey lives!
So strong. Brunsey barely survives, doesn't need the bailout, but the cooldown is used. Chiari is still healthy. Kojima's still there for the HP and the healing as well, but FNB on the front line can keep this fight going. Tagged by a Q, and Chiari with the massive shutdown and the double kill. The Olaf and the Senna clutching the 2 versus 4. Now FNB on the run. He's got that AP shield, but it's all AD damage coming down on his head. Jojo's there for the heals.
Another
and the defense as Fluxu goes lower. The handshake pushes them back into each other, stuns them up, and should stymie this fight finally, but FNB still threatening onto Chiari. Unbelievable play from the Fluxu top laner.
Look at your death timers now. Sting up in 2 seconds, another 20 before Aegis gets up. Elder Drake's live, Baron is live. Fluxu have a window here because they found the kills a little bit later to try and do something interesting around this Elder. The stall potential comes from Grethar, has to come from FNB. They've both got their way back out onto the map. TP used for Grethar, FNB having to run his way back. This is a long walk for Aegis, a long walk for Brunsey and Fluxu. They've got that Rabadon's on Fu. He's going to melt this objective.
Into the river right now. Let's get those soldiers down. Fu is in to pick goes FNB. Doesn't want to let it get too low. Doesn't want to give them the chance, but Sting's working on it. He's got the smite ready, and Red call it off. They back off into the mid lane. Fluxu stabilizing. First they steal a Baron. Now they've got an Elder.
And it's the solo laners for Fluxu that come up huge. That final fight was a 2-man approach. Chiari, the back end of that, absolutely massive, but the beginning was Fu. He flashed away from the engage from Aegis, didn't get caught by the curse of the sad mummy where the rest of his team did, and he was able to pump out enough DPS to line up Chiari to finish off that fight. We did get to see quite how much value this Hextech Soul or Chemtech Soul is giving, though. That fight with FNB in the 2v2 at the end, you saw he just took no damage versus the Olaf versus the Senna. And this Senna build, 2 lethality items versus a Thornmail, you're just tickling them at that point. This is the replay of the initial fight, and when Scamber misses his ulti like that, it's preempting Aegis hitting this Q. Fu's flash there, knows that he's going to get caught if he doesn't, manages to get out, and look at this time, always pumping out as much DPS as possible. And Grethar, I think, gets a bit baited by a Mega Cone, ends up tanking a turret, ends up going down. But you can see Brunsey literally Chemtech valued out of his lifetime right there. Reduced the damage below 50% HP, meant that he didn't fall, got to contribute a little bit more, but then he gets caught by an axe. Flash, Ravenous Hydra active. That's not possible on Season 13. And Kiari manages to find the kill.
I was going to say, that auto attack looked real long from Kiari when he flashed in there. I was like, hang on, how's he reached out there? But excellent use of the item and then turns for the undertow. So well played by Kiari. Really, again, making the case as to why he should be counted as one of our top laners, even though he is so often found near the bottom of the table. The teams that he's on tend to struggle. This guy as an individual cannot be ignored, as Fluxu with the Elder, with the Baron, with the gold lead finally in their favor, have everything at their disposal to start looking towards the base.
Yeah, no, I mean, why not, right? Death Ballers 5, go through mid lane. I think with Elder, if you win a fight here, you end the game. You don't need to try and play these side lanes, don't need to be cutesy with it. If you can run it down mid, take an inhibitor at the very least, see how much red try and batter you if you try and walk up to these Nexus turrets. They've decided against it, which I think is fine, because losing there is a little bit tricky. But they've got a bot wave on its way in. They're going to have a decent amount of time to work with both of those neutral objectives and just head their way through another lane and maybe secure themselves another inhibitor.
Still a minute 20 on the Baron. The Elder just about to fall off all of them, so the team fight becomes a little more playable for Red. If they're going to find it, they want to find it before the super minions just start ruining their base through the mid lane. Aegis has been happy to go in, barely doesn't catch him with the bandage. That could have been what they needed. He's got another one left as FNB is struggling on the front line right now.
Yeah. Fu's got himself that Rabadon's finish. He's also got the arm guard locked and loaded as well, so there's a stasis ready. Without flash, it's very susceptible to getting hit by the Amumu flash ulti. Not going to be needing to worry about that if he can time his stasis correctly. Still got the Baron. Like you say, the Elder has now worn off. They've got another wave and a half. There's a TP behind.
Oh, he gets in. Gets 4 from the Ultimate Aegis again. There's a TP fight from FNB as well. They need to get onto the carries. Out comes the Renata ultimate, but the flanking from Sting. Aegis goes down, but Kiari as well, the savior of the last fight, has been
Who's alive?
Grevthar as well. Brunsey and Jojo cannot contribute anything at this point, and Fluxu stands strong in the bot lane.
They've still got Baron. They've got 20 seconds, and they've got a 4v3. They may just end the game, Trajan.
FNB needs to heal. Brunsey ahead as he is, strong as he is with 4 items of Callista. This is not his strongest part of the game as the towers begin to fall. The Baron buff still live. Fu dishing out so much. A lovely catch on
Jojo's dead.
but it's instantly trade back. He handshakes and gives up.
Brunsey's dead.
Brunsey's doing what he can, but he needs the kills. FNB on the Udyr, the last one standing for Red as 4 Fluxu members hunt him down. They don't even commit for the kill necessarily as they're turning back for the base. Can we actually end? Are we actually ending here? Finally, FNB will fall. Aegis is back. He's off the fountain, but he doesn't even have the ult. And Fluxu, just as we were starting to lose hope, knocked down the 3-time champions Red Canids. What a performance.
My headset died.
It actually blew.
I can't hear anything that you're saying.
Off. That victory was just so impactful. It just knocked the headset off his head. That is crazy. Fluxu. When it looked like they were down and out, it looked like they were getting picked apart. Again, they picked a scaling composition and were just left at the mercy of Red in the early game. Again, we have to mention that even Hawkdiff couldn't save Red today. Our confidence was too high in them. And ultimately, Fluxu were able to come out on top, showing Red, kind of ironically, how that comp is supposed to work, as we are just waiting as a heads up for Rude's technical issues to resolve. But that is such a massive play for Fluxu here. As I said, just as we were starting to lose hope, just as we were starting to worry that there was not going to be a way back for this team, this very development-heavy roster, Kojima, Scamber, Fu, all very new names to this level of the league. Sting, we've seen a little bit before. Kiari has been around for a while, but ultimately our expectations were low, and yet they can mount a comeback of that nature over the Red Canids when they're so strong at that early and mid stage. They can still walk up to them into 5v5, they can still find picks, and they can still get the objectives when needed. That Sting Baron steal certainly feels a lot more impactful than it did even at the time. It felt like a delaying tactic in the moment, but I think that might have just been the turning point to allow Fluxu the way back into the game. So props to Sting for a massive performance there, taking that away. Props to Kiari as well for clutching out that fight on the Olaf, catching Brunsey out when he had to for a 1,000 gold shutdown. and then for Fu quietly scaling up on this Azir, going full damage, no defense, only took the Seekers out at the very end of the game when they'd already gotten it back under control. But Rudude, you were pointing out so many times, the damage that Fu was doing, the items he was building, was able to just be that deciding factor when it came down to it.
He was certainly trying, and I have to apologize to everyone. My audio is completely shot, but Fluxu, they honestly broke the system. They did what they could. They ran interference, and the first steal from Sting, I think, was my big takeaway as to what turned that. It may not have looked like it at the time, but if he doesn't steal that Baron, Red probably end the game. The first Baron wasn't like a sequitur in for them to all of a sudden start be winning themselves, but it was enough to stall, and that's what their comp needed.
Yeah, it was so well played by them, and I think that's what we saw in that first week. We saw a little bit from them is they got that win over Furia. They had a very strong, confident win where they got a lead and ran with it, and then we weren't able to see as much of the comeback potential. It looked like once they were down, they were out. It didn't look like they had the capability to mount comebacks, to play well to their compositions, to understand their power spikes in the same way that some of our other teams did and have already demonstrated. But today, that has changed. Today, we have seen that evidence. We know that Fluxu has what it takes to return to the game plan when it calls for it, you know? And also, they have the clutch factor from these big players like Sting, like Chiari, with a bit more experience under their belt and showing that they can still go with the best of them.
Exactly, and honestly, it felt like this feels like one of the more...
be dead on the Rudude side. He's so muted currently. There he is.
My bad. Okay. I'm getting confused. We're chilling.
Okay.
You know, that kind of felt like, honestly, a great reintroduction to CBLOL for me. We have Red, who are, by all intents and purposes, favorites. We also had our predictions, where everybody who predicted Red, and then Fluxu won. So, good job.
Sorted. We got all of it. Got all the bases covered there. We can take a quick look at that draft as well. I think if we just review the directions they took, the FNB Udyr finally takes an L. The lane was fine. Chiari, that Olaf looked like a decent answer, at least in the 1v1, and then he was able to stand up later on, right? You were telling me, Rudude, about how Olaf does not fall off in the same way, and that certainly seemed true. That seemed to be the case. He was looking very, very deadly in those late fights.
Absolutely. And as well, right, we got to see, we hit that 35-minute marker. The Olaf was still actually kicking. And it turns out if you give any champion a Baron and an Elder, the champion kicks pretty well also. Pretty good.
Yeah.
We have to give props to FNB and to Chiari more so, because FNB he tried his heart on that Udyr. Didn't really, he lost gracefully, I think. Was down 20 CS, but he was in a counter matchup, so you do with what you can. But Chiari ultimately came out and went, I have Olaf, so I will win.
Yeah. And the scaling was there for mid and bot lane, and ultimately that's all they needed. Fluxu picking up a crazy upset to start the day off, and I thought that the next game was going to be our match of the day. Rudude, we're going to go to a short break for now before we're back in just a few minutes with Kaboom versus Pain Gaming. If that was game one between our top and bottom teams, this one surely is going to give us something to remember. So everyone, stop back here in just a few minutes. We will see you in just a few minutes. I didn't have another way to say that. Let's just go to break.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome back, everybody, for game number 2. Sadly, Rudy's technical issues have dispatched him for good. He is going to nurse his headset back to health somewhere else. And instead, we've brought in Soph-Chan, subbed straight in here on emergency notice for the match of the week. Soph-Chan, Kaboom and Pain Gaming. My word, what a matchup here. Kaboom 4-1, Pain 3-2, Titan versus Natuno. There's everything going on here.
Oh, that really is. And I think this is going to be, first off, hi, so happy to be here. How are you doing, Trajan? How are you doing, production, everyone in the audience? I don't look like Rude Dude, but I'm sure I'm going to be doing a good color job. I swear. Yeah, but we're jumping into the teams, I totally agree. Things are just so competitive for Kaboom and Pain at the moment. Pain, of course, with the big record of always being on finals, not really getting the first place in the last 3 to 5, kind of like that. No. Yeah, but still, big experience going on to playoffs, and Kaboom always getting into playoffs as well, but not going towards those final stages. So I think having them started on 4-1 really speaks to how much this composition works out really well. You highlighted Natuno. Natuno is doing super, super good. And I would say that on the side of Pain, for that 3-2, I think they should have been 4-1 because one of those losses, it was just like a fumble. I think it was on the first week, wasn't it, Trajan?
Yeah, I mean, there was that Liberty game that, like, let's be honest, Pain, we shouldn't have let that happen, should we? So, I think, yes, probably maybe 4-1. And I think they went down to Loud, which is, you know, sure. So I think we've all been there. And I think that maybe a bit of a basically 4-1 kind of angle. Kaboom also having gone down to Loud, but the draft has begun. So, and we have the Howls Corki first pick. I love how the priority on this Howls Corki is just rising week by week. The more games he has on it, the more they're willing to just slam it into anything.
It's true because it's so safe. It deals incredible amounts of damage. You can engage, you can disengage. It's a very complete mid laner, and House has performed incredibly well. And I think it just makes sense, as you said, for Pain as well. Cassante, 100% pick and ban until this point. Yeah. Did the last match guarantee the 100% as well? I didn't pay attention, did it?
Yeah, I think so. We've seen Wise on the Cassante. Great, love it. Carrying games, popping off. We've seen Weiser on the Kale, 0-2, crushed by Cassantes, hated.
We don't talk about that.
2 losses. So, you know, I think we see what side of the bread Weiser's is buttered right now with this Cassante. He's just going back to that one. He's gonna lock it in. And Lonely's gone back to the Udyr. So back to Udyr Cassante up here, but Lonely is also one of our few players to actually have Udyr wins. Has one Udyr game, and that was a W against, I believe it was Red last week. And then the Malrine Lee Sin. So Kaboom identifying these successful elements and just pushing them together on that top side. So they've locked in just, this was our best mid, our best top, and our best jungler so far. Looks good. We'll think about bot lane later.
Yeah, and I think you're right. It was just the only player that had the win. I think yesterday, there was a win for FNB, right? On the Udyr. I think that was, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so I think it's so interesting how Udyr has gone back into the meta now as a top laner, and teams don't really get to perform the biggest of results with them, considering that it does so well in the early game, especially going into proxy. Let's continue here on the draft, shall we? We have the Varus confirmed for Pain Gaming alongside a Maokai. It could be going Maokai support, it could be going Maokai jungle. Next for the band, there's the Senna and the Nautilus. They have been so present, and I think overall, the biggest amount of bans have been on the bot side, and then going out to the top side with that Cassante, sometimes that Nocturne as well.
Yeah, I like the idea. I like Pain focusing Natuno's kind of early dominant picks with the Kalista and the Lucian, getting them both off the table. That is where Natuno has performed the best so far. We know he does have a hyper carry in him, or, you know, hyper carry or two in there as well, but the bot lane meta does seem to have compressed quite closely into like Lucian and Varus and Kalista, and not maybe there's an Aphelios. Smiley is playing Aphelios, and no one else seems to be touching it, right? So I'm wondering what Natuno's answer is going to be, because they've denied the Senna, so they can't do a Senna tank combo, as Ashe in for the support for Curry. Now for Curry, this is a very different speed. He has been all on the Rel train before, but now he still has an engaged tool, but it's a lot safer.
Yeah, and it's super interesting that we have an Ashe game because the stats for CBLOL so far is that Ashe has been banned almost every single game until yesterday. I believe it was 2 games that she got to be played out of 16. It was 2 losses as well. So this is the 3rd time the Ashe has been picked. We'll see if Pain can get the results coming out of this bot lane. And I think it makes sense because it's very pokey. But the escape on the Ezreal though.
Yes, the escape on the Ezreal, the Bard as well with a tunnel over the wall with the ultimate. I saw an Ezreal Bard. I think it was in the LCS yesterday. I think Team Liquid was playing it, and I love that we're getting some more Ezreal down here. It seems like we really don't get a lot of Ezreal presence very often in the CBLOL, but it's so strong on this patch, man. It is broken on this patch. It is getting heavily nerfed on 14.3. So Natuno giving us something a little bit new down there and something that can play at range with the Varus Ashe. As the last pick in the mid-lane indicator is the Talia. So great roaming, great potential, decent scaling damage as well. Certainly a versatile pick there for him.
Oh yeah, I love it. I think it rounds out the composition really well, considering, as you said, the roaming potential, having those engages. At the same time, I think you can protect the Varus quite well. I think maybe, was it yesterday or last week when we saw Varus, of course, doing lethality, but not really connecting those kills, not really connecting the damage, because sometimes the enemy was just too tanky, and even with the lethality, there was just too much HP to go through. But I think this makes sense for this composition against Kaboom because they don't have a big tanky front line aside from the AOD. It's going to be stacking quite a lot of HP. The Lee Sin is going to be mildly tanky, but of course focusing more on those engages, having more of that early to mid game presence. The rest of it is like very mobile, incredibly mobile, and the UD running around the map. So I think Pain has the capability and the tools to actually catch them. You come back here, but Kaboom as well. I think they have a good team fight play. I think they can do roaming well, but I want to see how that's going to translate into getting those objectives really converting into map control.
Yeah, I think this is showing that Kaboom, they're still very much willing to play in a way that has a lot of emphasis on individual success, which has been working for them. They're a very talented roster. It works for them against Red. You know, we saw them really pick apart Red's team fight composition with their more individually focused comp in that setting. But let's take a quick look at predictions. Let's see how we've fallen on this match of the week, because this is Kaboom Pain. This one I'm expecting to be close, and it is dead even. 5 versus 5 across the board. So yourself on Pain, I am on Kaboom, and Rose is over here on the hype train with me. So this is what we want to see, right? This is really what we want to see at this top level. We want it with as many even matchups as possible, so that we can just have exciting games. And even when we have Red Fluxu that we thought was going to be a sweep, it still ends up being a stone cold banger. But here we are, so we're on the Rift match of the week, Kaboom versus Pain. Let's get it.
Let's get it, Trajan. This is the moment where Kaboom and Pain face each other and finally tell us who is the smarter half of CBLOL English and who are the dumb losers. But it's okay. It's okay. I think we're still at the top of the prediction.
So hard. Holy moly. Absolutely letting rip
CBLOL
on the
built in
competition.
anger and brutality.
It does. You're either the smart half or you're a dumb loser if you get this prediction wrong. So let's hope. Let's hope we get that right. Okay, Pain have the indicators into this brush curry as well, but on a nice little ward there, which they will spot out. Howls knows what's going on. We could see Lonely on the top side getting some counter vision while it is safe to do so, but Pain, not to be dissuaded, are still forging forward.
Oh, I like the positioning there on it, getting away from that bush so Ashe couldn't get that volley onto them and spotting them. Very nicely done. But Pain getting control over here. There's still a ward, so they're going to be spotted. Oof. I really like it. Very aggressive, and that's how Carioca usually plays, so I think he's going to convert well into early game.
Yeah, I really love Maokai as a pick for Carioca. One of my favorite things about him is how well he's able to track and match the enemy jungler, and his general map control is generally very, very strong. And Maokai is the quintessential map control pick with the saplings, with the huge zone controlling ultimate. Love this pick for him, and likewise for Malrang, the Lee Sin is quite quintessential for his playstyle, as we can see the usual Udyr story unfolding here at level 1.
And for sure, Kaboom also has that knowledge as well onto Carioca because they have the deep ward just outside the red buff. So at least if they know they have been stolen in that jungle, they still know they can rotate to the other side. But I would say that considering the pushing style that Pain has in this bot lane, Malrang could benefit from that and go into a early level 3 gank. What are your thoughts?
I would love to see that onto the bot side. We saw that Curry was checking for vision, right? And he knows that he's not up at the blue side camp. You didn't actually see him, but he saw everywhere he wasn't, right? So they know Malrang surely is in the area. He is now coming around here, isn't on direct ward vision for Pain, but let's see how aware they are of what's going on.
Yeah, okay, decide to go for a reset. Probably going to try to steal on the other side of the Pain Gaming jungle, trying to get some of those camp advantages. Lonely, well, it's an Udyr. I think there are a couple of things that I don't like in the meta. It's the proxy Udyr and still maintaining the static AD carry LeBlanc. I despise things.
Yeah, I'm with you on AD LeBlanc as well. I think this is a very dull way for LeBlanc to play, especially when AP burst is so good. And the fact that people would still just be like, nah, I'd rather just clear waves with one auto just boggles my mind. But can you translate that for me, Sopchan? I don't know what this caption
is. So that would be who gets the best, who gets on top for top lane. Is it going to be Udyr or Cassante?
Is this a vote or is this like a who's won the matchup so far?
It's a vote. I think it's a chat vote, like a Twitch vote, yeah.
Wow, they're super close on it. That's really, really interesting, because we often see that Lonely and the Udyrs will get that early advantage, but then once Cassante hits level 6, the kill threat is there with the all-out, and we often see solo kills going the other way, as Karaoke is going to discover Malrang here. Probably a smite fight over this buff. He's not actually checked it yet. Malrang's got the buff, and he's going aggressive too. Lonely around the corner. Might be losing the flashes, Karaoke, as the damage is there from the 1 and 2. Malrang, he's got another Q in him, surely. Throws it, but won't catch it. The cooldown just a tad too long there at level 3.
Great positioning from Kaboom. It's not just the early reset that we saw on the bot side after clearing out the red buff, but also going to steal the enemy red buff and having Lonely as that proxy potential shadow for them worked out incredibly well. And I agree with you. I think Karioka had to have checked the bush, and considering, well, Udyr is going to be close by. You can't really just go there, ended up wasting their flash. Without a reason, and there we go. People have voted, and it's going towards the Udyr. It's just very annoying at the moment.
Yeah, when they showed the poll before, and then they showed Lonely proxying on top lane, and like, man, this is broken. This is so broken. Nah, he can't lose. He can't lose.
Yeah, for sure. At the same time, there's just so much that Cassante does in the late game. Just doesn't die. Gets such a good pressure in the team fights, getting the ADC out of it, pushing them out. It's just really good. Kaboom decides to go for the first Void grab. Jinketo positioning more towards this bottom side of the river, still has the shadow there from Karioka, so I don't think there's going to be any engages. But it's been kind of a staple, I would say, that most of the times the red side has focused more on stacking those Drakes instead of going for Void grabs. I don't know how it's going to be right now, because the previous game that you casted with Rude, it was the blue side that collected 4 of those souls, right?
Yeah, they got 5. They got the 5 and 1. Red got 5 1.
Oh, the Elder too. Oh, wow.
Yeah, they were stacking it up, and it was kind of all red all day last game until it wasn't, until the kind of 33-minute mark when suddenly Sting steals the Baron and it goes a bit wrong for them. But for now, we do see Malrang against his top side. He's been really focusing on these grubs. Picked up one before, is now on vision for it, as it looks like Karaoke's way down on that bot side. So gonna be probably the full 3 grub start for Kaboom, but Karaoke took away his chickens again. He's been double stacking that camp right now, and you can see Curry stepping up, really trying to get as much information as possible. As there are the grubs completed. Weiser has the ultimate, as Lonely is now proxying behind the inner turret. And Malrang still on vision.
Oh, no
still just hanging around up there.
Oh man, this is very funny. It's just the style that it is. We can't complain. It's still very, very funny. So
it's just optimal,
overall, yeah, it's the optimal choice, of course. Having both teams now traded out those 3 grabs now go for Kaboom, and Pain taking the first Drake, uncontested, of course. This just makes it feel like they're trying to avoid each other a little bit. Malrang and Karioka, they're trying to get things going more swiftly in regards to jungle clear and objectives instead of going for those big ganks, which is funny considering Lee Sin and how Malrang plays, how he's so effective in early aggressive engages. But it makes sense for Karioka. You need that Nature's Grasp, you need the level 6 to be going for very effective ganks anyway.
We've been watching the bot lane for about 30 seconds now, Soph, and I've just noticed how far ahead Titan and Curry are in CS. They're 25, maybe after this wave has been cleared up, about 20 CS up on the Tuno Seos. This poke combination is coming up huge for the Pain bot lane. And this has been the shakiest part of this new Pain formula, has been Titan and Curry, but Natuno and Seos are struggling right now.
They really are, and I think that's all due... Oh, Chains of Corruption.
Ooh, they got that big burst off the Q and the E from Titan. Now Seos at risk to stay here. They don't have ults just yet, but Malrang's round the corner. He does have level 6 Curry. That is a dangerous spot. He's been tagged. He's got Ghost and Flash. He's already kicked him back, and surely he maybe gets away. One auto shy is Natuno, but it was close for Pain Curry.
And we're 8 minutes into the game, no first blood. That was as close as we've had to a first blood Trajan. And if the Ezreal was level 6, that True Shot Barrage could have been the death over Cudi, but it wasn't the case. Again, it's interesting. It was Malrang noticing, okay, Ashe is here. I'm going to try to take it down, force out the summon spells. Great. But they're being much more cautious than usually Kaboom is. And I think I appreciate that. I think it shows respect against Pain and how well, for example, in this bot lane, how well they have been controlling the wave tide and really getting the pace of how they want to push, how they want to freeze, and get control over the river on the top side of the map. And look at that. There's like wards everywhere. You can't get to the bot lane without getting spotted.
Ooh, flash W in from Karaoke, but the stampeding stance will get Lonely to safety, and in comes House to burst down Dinkado. He retreats back to his side of the map, but Curry is also there, ready and waiting. Now Seos is piling in. All 4 members on both sides are coming through. Malrang flies in with a Q onto Karaoke. He's pretty tanky, flashing from Seos. Big damage back from Dinkado. Now Wiser on the front line wants a little bit more. There's the first blood for Cassante. Another knockback onto Lonely, and Curry ready to pick up the kill. Malrang barely slips away, and Pain come away 2-0.
Oh, that was immaculate. That's the True Shot Barrage trying to snipe down any of those remaining players, but it was almost a full map rotation from everyone. It was just the ADCs that remained in the bot side. Chital was resetting as well and going to the bottom lane. So I really like that. It's aggressive. Let's have a look at it again. So Carioca sees Lonely, tries to get them out, and then especially with that wonderful wall placed there by Jinkero in the mid lane and then getting so much damage. You're going to see it right in a second when they get the knock-up is when the fight... There you go. So good. When you control and get the amount of damage that you do with a Talia like that, it was so close to getting Malrang. I think it was House who blocked the last hit right there. There you go. And it really saved Kaboom from dodge there, but Pain did super well in this team fight.
Yeah, we haven't really touched much on Dinkado and House in the mid lane. It's been very quiet in there.
Oh, man!
Out comes the cleanse.
What a predict!
Yeah, great buffer on his E to get away, but Titan threatening still onto this Ezreal. He's got to be very careful now. As I was saying, for Dinkado on this Talia, he's done very well just keeping it even with House. And we saw the DPS that he is pumping out in that fight that Corki just cannot match at this stage. Curry tosses the Enchanted Crystal Arrow again, does go wide. The pressure mounting on Kaboom's bot lane right now. Pain are looking for blood.
Oh, they really are. And again, even though they're looking for blood, they're controlling the wave incredibly well. There's vision here, so Malrang is going to be spotted. Cudi being very aggressive.
Oh, but Malrang's there. Doesn't tag him with the Sonic Wave, and a flashing from Natuno. Bardal is there, flashing from Titan, and a TP from Wiser. Malrang, Natuno, and Seos running back to the tower. Varus arrow cannot tag the Ezreal, and nobody goes down at the end of it. Critical skill shots missed by Kaboom.
It's true. You mentioned, like, earlier, it was the Chains of Corruption. Very nicely dodged by Neptune. It was still a good projection, forcing out the Flash and the Clans. Then you have, at the same time, the TP going onto the backline. And because Cudi had already missed the Enchanted Arrow, you can't do much. Ooh, Lonely.
Minions are going to fall away. Takes a tower shot as well, but the turtle stance gives him the shield to top him up. Dinkado doesn't have the flash. Lonely will have the movement speed to escape there, but again, Kaboom in danger now in topside too.
And again, I think it translates from the control that Pain knows how to have, getting into 10-minute to 14-minute mark. Of course, we're going to be having that Drake in a little bit. I have to say, where has the Drake timer gone? I don't understand.
Malrang with a point-blank Curry ultimate, kicks back one, but 5 members of Pain descend on him, and the Kaboom jungler stood no chance.
That was such a great choice, I would say, because it was translating into the TP that Wiser had in the bot side. Then you keep them around instead of having them reset because of the Drake spawning. You guarantee that you can basically lock it down and take down Malrang. Of course, the Lee Sin wanting to have more pressure in the early game, As I said, they felt a little more cautious than I would expect from a Lee Sin, than I would want from a Lee Sin as well. So you can just take it down super easily, guaranteeing the second Drake. They're stacking hugely here.
Such
Let's
a
have a
clean
look at the
start to this, right?
replay. Yeah, it's true. It's all the chain of CC that worked out immaculately well. And I think it's exactly what they wanted to do on that dive when you had Wiser coming in with the TP, but they didn't really connect. But now we're looking at Kaboom probably going to have the 6 Void Grubs, if that is the case. Yeah, because Maokai is on the other side of the map. This is going to be huge for Kaboom whenever they go for split pushes, especially on that lonely, on that Udyr. It's going to hurt.
That might be the way that Kaboom have to start playing this, is to dip and dive and run Pain around the map, avoid the fights where possible, and let Lonely stack up some damage on those side waves. Let him try to push through with this Udyr, with the 6 grubs to get some gold back on the map, because they are starting to fall behind now. About 1.7k, maybe almost close to 2k now down behind Pain or Kaboom, and with the 2 dragons as well, it's been a solid start for Pain Gaming. And once they've shored up that bot lane, everything else just seems to fall into place. It does seem like that was the missing piece. They're doing so well here.
They really, really are. At the same time, I would highlight that Malrang might have done the most conservative decision. What was that? Oh, it was the ulti. Yep. Okay, it was the crystalline arrow. Didn't hit. So trying to get those cooldowns all the time. It's available. We're using it. Top lane, go for a 1v1.
Look for the kill.
Look safe.
Looks good, yeah. Like not even too much damage. He should be safe to stand under this turret as well. Wiser as the ult will time out. But you can see there the threat that Cassante does offer in that 1v1. Once you get some items, once you get some levels, the Udyr can no longer do whatever he wants. He does have to respect that all out.
Sure. It's very true. And Trajan, considering what we saw from Malrang, I'm gonna go on that note once again on the keynote. I think they wanted to go for the Void Grubs because I think it was the safest choice. It was on the opposite side of the map when Pain Gaming was having such a great control over the bot lane. Sita and Kudi really nailing those pushes. And if we look at the gold differential, it all relies on that bot lane. The ADC is almost on 1,500 Chita ahead compared to Netunu. That makes such a big difference. So I think it's safe from our rank to be a little more conservative, go for those Void Grubs, try to focus everything on Lonely being such an aggressive split pusher. But Pain, because they could do so well in the bot lane, they can translate into a swap, go to the Herald, and try to deny this one from the team that has stacked 6 Void Grubs is very necessary for them, and that's what they're going to do.
There is first turret gold still on the map. If Pain can use this Herald to get that one sewn up, they will only snowball harder. Lonely now onto the bot side with the Udyr, with the 6 Moid Bites. Is going to get a lot of damage down here. Wise has a TP if needed. I don't think he will require it. And I want to see what Karaoke chooses to do with this Herald. If he wants to commit quickly to get that gold, or wait for maybe someone that they can get a double charge, someone that can get extra value out of this objective.
I would say the best choices would be going for the mid lane, just because it's objectively the cleaner way to get control over your jungle. Again, okay, it hits. They were trying to cancel the recall. I appreciate that. Very nice, Kudri. But I think that's how you need to be playing Ashe when you're doing a support with her. You have to be using your ulti every single time it's available, because the cooldown is going to be much, much quicker considering the build path you go for. She's actually going for a more lethality. So they have completed also the support item, very important for that gold stacking. And I think Chita, once you have a... Oh, sorry?
Is that a Solstice Sleigh that she's built? Or the Ashe support item? That's I
can't really discern, is it?
That's like the first... If it is, that's the first time I've seen anyone build this item in the history of the game this year.
Let me see.
I think it is. I've got like the shop graphics up. I think that is a genuine first ever Solstice Sleigh that I've ever seen.
That's the one, yeah.
That's crazy. And this is the one that gives slowing or immobilizing enemy champions, gives you and your nearby ally bonus health and move speed. So if you immobilize someone, it makes you and your team faster running towards them, basically. Which I guess makes sense.
There you go. Yeah, definitely. It's like a celerity, right? that you have in your runes. Yeah. So it makes quite a lot of sense. Considering we had so many of those Ashes banned, it makes sense. You go for it. It checks out so well with slowing them down. So every auto attack is going to be so powerful and beneficial there for Kudi. Now Kaboom getting that pressure on the top side. This could be a good moment for... Okay, they decide to go for a rotation on the Drake. uncontested because Kaboom just really wants to get the steals on those camps. Malrang, I will say again, it looks to me, to be trying to avoid those team fights at this moment. They're going to try to get the Corki in a better position, finally dealing some damage, because right now they don't have any kills on the board. The only one that has some extra gold is the Corki because of farming alone on 200 gold bounty. So that really makes a big difference whenever you get somewhere and you just have the harvest done by Netuno. This could be a moment when finally, when you have the first Mun Immune built by your ADC, that's when Kaboom really wants to go for a team fight.
Yeah, I think they really want those couple of items. They don't want to fight right now. We saw Netuno lose the cleanse in the mid lane. Another arrow from Curry, just fire and forget down the mid lane. And that Ezreal cleanse is now gone. Lovely barred on to protect it from the Herald. Titan pops back out, and they will hold on to that mid lane tower for Kaboom. Now, one tower apiece right now, only about 1,000 behind are the blue side. But yeah, they want to get that second item for Ezreal, want to get it. They've got it actually for Corki. They have the Malignants picked up there. So there is a big spike for House the next time they can get a fight. If they can add a package into that equation as well, Boom maybe can find an angle for a good team fight.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's all about angles, right, Trajan? House needs to have a good flank, and that's why I believe that Kaboom has been always trying to get the vision very scattered around the map. In going into a line, it makes sense into a line of action, but it's not just concentrated on one side. Right now, it's going more towards the top, but Pain has the control over the bottom because there it is. The package, there it is.
We're on the same wavelength, us and them.
Well, we are. But yeah, of course, because Pain has been focusing on those drakes.
TP top playing a big dive in from Pain. All 5 members catching Lonely slipping under his tower. The Udyr is slippery, but not that slippery. Titan picks it up and they get a tower as well.
Oh, that's super good. Really nicely done. Now Titan is on 2-0-0, 300 go bounty. Around 40 CS ahead. Now Kaboom forces out that TP in the mid lane. So many Void Mites. Why is they able to defend this?
Yeah, a lot of damage picked up there, and House on the bot side as well. They'll likely get something somewhere, and it will be a 1-for-1 turret trade. There it is. They get some damage mid as well. But Lonely now down 0-2. Wiser, 190 CS, 1-0-3. He's got 2 items done. This Cassante is ready to go in a team fight, ready to start assassinating backlines and absorbing frontline pressure too. It really has been all Pain, all game so far, as we're 20 minutes in, and they've just been gradually accruing these leads across the map.
They really are, because we mentioned how much the focus there for Kaboom onto the Void Grubs meant a certain playstyle for the early game, but they didn't really translate it into tier 1 tower pressure. You really need to take them down, considering Pain is going for those drakes. You need to get those trades every single time. Wiser, maybe going for something on House, but House knows they can just poke them out. It's very safe for the moment.
Netuno finished his Myr mana just there, or his Mana Moon, I should say. It's about to transform, only about 15-20 stacks left on it. So he is going to be at that spike position, as is Corki. And I think maybe if they can just grab Lonely's item, which he should just be about to finish, then Kaboom has an angle, I think, for a few minutes to look for that fight. And they're going to need it, because Soul Point is there for Pain. Baron is now live. You can't just let them run and do whatever they want at this point. You've sat back, you've scaled up, you've not given away too much gold. Good job, Kaboom. But now we're going to need to start seeing you get back into the game.
It's true, and to be fair, if they get a good team fight, as you said, just getting a pick off or someone out of position, it would be crucial for Kaboom, because they have such great potential of melting down the Baron. House, Lonely, they can really do it. Malrang too on the Lee Sin, the Ezreal zoning them out with Cells as Bard. So I think they have a good angle to do that. But is Pain going to allow any of this to happen? Now they're positioning here so many wards, all of them pink, so they know they haven't been spotted, and they could go on House.
Okay, holds his flash for now. He will simply step back, but Kaboom's team comp, it's so CC light. They only really have like the Bard ult engage or the Lee Sin flank engage, and that's kind of it in terms of starting a fight. With Pain, with their summoners up, with their range they can play from the bot side, and the safety from Decatur with the minefield as well. It's so hard for Kaboom to get in. It's exactly as you said, Soph. It's all about the angles, all about a flank coming through as House. Let's pick up the package. It's got to be now. Oh, no, straight into the arrow.
That's so funny.
That's unfortunate. It will just delay him a little bit, and obviously it's not, he's gonna have plenty of time to work with here as the Dragonish state is about to spawn. But Pain are happy to keep stepping up. They want to keep contesting the space right now.
Yeah, they're looking for it. They still have control over the river. There are wards in the enemy jungle, so Kaboom is trying to get their space back. Marang has a good position. There's a ward in the pit for the bush as well. We'll see how this is going to go.
Lee Sin does have that extra smite securing ability with the execute on his Q. House as well can split the team fight with the package. Kaboom, they need to start this before this package timer runs out. They cannot wait around forever. Pain can sit back. The pressure is not on them right now. Seos might walk into Ninkado. He's pretty low.
Oh my god, the rockets.
The Dragon is not going down very far, but you're right. The rocket is good. Out comes the Weaver's Horn. House goes completely far away from the fight. He exits the building entirely with the package, and now the Dragon's going down to a flip, and it's Karaoke securing it. Kaboom collapse in the fight after the Weaver's Horn from Ninkado. Pain now have the soul.
Karaoke nailing all of the smites this split already, guaranteeing all objectives. Drakes, Barons, this is a soul point, incredibly powerful. Now for a full rotation on Baron, this is huge. There's a TP going on here with House if they try to do something, but there's still one man, that's Malrang Azrael. If this goes well, this could be really crucial for Kaboom.
Flashing from Titan, easy W dodge from House, and the Varus ult is expended, but Kaboom still only have 3 members here. Seos running over as fast as he can. Natuno dropping lower, trying to escape from this Cassante. One man holding the front line, and a Baron as well. Secured from Pain. TP in from Lonely. Kaboom don't let them get this for free. They can't afford to let Pain get this for free, but they're just going to have to take the L.
That is insane. You have such mobile champions on Kaboom. You have the portals. You got about a remix going on? Okay. Okay, they just gave up on it. I understand technical difficulties, they happen. But if I can do it from memory, I think what we could highlight the most is, of course, we have here an objective bounty taken by Kaboom. Could ease out a little bit. They can take one breath, but I don't think it's going to be enough for them to get out of the edge of their seats. So just a quick analysis on that last Baron team fight. It wasn't just the present from Pain straight from the off going for Baron, but also Wiser basically body blocking 3 members of Kaboom and not allowing anyone to go in. Even when you have Seos coming in with the magical journey, you can't get there in time. Carioca finishes it off. They escape. Just super clean how Pain has been playing this whole game.
Yeah, the Cassante with 2.5, almost 3 items done with the Ocean Soul, no less. It is beyond impossible to damage Wiser in these front team fights. House has not snowballed in this game. Natuno is very far behind, in fact, the counterpart in Titan. And you can see 3 members of Kaboom try to get onto Cassante, and they leave no scratches, no dents, no damage at all in this Cassante as the Baron push continues.
It continues very strongly and basically unbothered as well. There's the crystalline arrow, but that's what you want with Wiser as Cassante, right? Get the diversion, get the split push, focus in the mid lane, while the rest of your team can stand their ground, because Wiser alone could stand against 1, 2, 3 members of Kaboom and still be fine. So that is a tier 2 taken by Pain in the mid lane, trying to get that pressure here on the bot side as well. There's the Baron buff. Oh, they go in.
Oh, House doesn't have a flash, but he gets over the W. Seos taking all of the punishment on the front line, flashes away himself after the fact as the turret goes lower. He's barely on a sliver, but he's still limping away. Another tower falls for Pain. You can see the top lane is going at it in the mid lane, but this game is just bleeding out further and further away from Kaboom. Natuno steps right into the face of Titan and takes half his HP with 1 Q.
And the Crystal Arrow is already enabled once again, so if Goody wants to go in and still keep up that damage on the Voke with Titan, they can do it. And we're looking at 20 seconds left on this Baron, and already almost 3,000 gold on this Baron buff power play that Pain has got, almost taken tier 3. It will require at least another wave, at least 2 waves maybe, on how they decide to approach this. But man, they are playing this super well, changing between going out in the mid lane, going out in the bot. This rotation is incredibly clever.
Absolutely. It is masterfully played by Pain so far this game. They have given up 0 deaths to Kaboom this whole time. The only significant thing they've lost was the grubs in the early game, but everything else has gone their way, and they put no feet wrong in that push. You can see on the gold graph, after that Merley into the mid game, Pain has been fully in control. And now they've almost got to the base. Now, they don't have the Baron anymore. They still have the Soul. That's for the rest of the game. And they don't have any inhibs just yet. But the window for Kaboom to mount this comeback is certainly closing fast.
Trajan, that gold graph literally represented Kaboom bleeding, right? It was just red, red, red on Pain. Look at the total damage on 16,000 there for Chita, 14 for House, but they're not really connecting on the side of Kaboom to really get those rockets doing something. There's so much HP and defenses to go through on Weiser, and Weiser is always on the front line doing such an incredible job as a frontliner. Things are not looking good for Kaboom, getting on almost 7,000 gold behind, haven't gotten any of the Drakes. They had the 3 Void Grubs, but they didn't get that translated into power pressure onto turrets. Now, House, they have the package.
Okay, we saw absolutely zero value out of it in the last fight. The Weaver's War from Kato spooked him and he flew off into the sunset. But this time, it's got to be everything. This has got to be the package of all packages to get it done. But he's caught by the Curry arrow. The man was on vision. He's just dead. Equally zero value. Another stunning pick from Pain. And the central carry for Kaboom is down. Now they are going all in with the Weaver's War. Pain collapsing onto the Kaboom side, 5v4, and it certainly looks unplayable for the 4-1 squad. This is just devastation from Pain Gaming. Excellently operated. The engage was perfect. The fight was perfect. The TP's into the base. They're just going for the win.
It's an ace for Pain Gaming, and I agree, Trajan, this might as well just be a win. TP's into the base, taking out inhibitors. They're still the tier 3, but I think they can easily take down both inhibitors. Yeah, I'm not sure if they can take out the game. We'll see if that's going to be the case. So 10 seconds for the players to be spawning. Oh, excuse me. Never mind. What is the lethality damage on Chita? This is a game over and a win for Pain Gaming.
What a performance from Pain right there. Week on week, they are really starting to clean up their act. So this bot lane especially, they have earned that hug at the end. Curry, the support brought in by Titan to fill the spot of Pro Delta, one of our most up-and-coming, bright young talents in that role, had a blinder of a game on the Ashe. And I think the solution turns out to have been so that when he was on Rel, he was engaging every single time he could. He was permanently diving in, and sometimes, as many times as not, it was just a bad idea. But on Ashe, you can just press R on cooldown, and it's completely safe. That's how it works. That's the solution. Now he doesn't have to risk it.
It's so true. Gosh, it was so well played every single time. It was like they had a pinpoint exactly onto House. Package? Nuh-uh. You want to go in? Nuh-uh. If you want to go try to dodge? Nuh-uh. If you want to use flash? Yeah, sure. But then my cooldown is much quicker than your flash. So who wins this trade, huh? Gosh, it was so well done from the get-go for Pain Gaming, especially going for that bot lane. I think Carioca had a great pressure overall in the map. Of course, Weiser on the Cassante performing super well, controlling the wave and controlling what a 1v1 can be against an Udyr when they're proxy farming. But the biggest, I think, highlights would be this bot lane. I would say Carioca was crucial, but Kuri, I love having a highlight onto your support, and I think Kuri really deserves it.
This was the first game for me that we really see Pain Gaming at their true level, at the level that they were supposed to be at, the level their coaches want them to be at when they draft this composition, when they build this roster. Everyone was fulfilling their role exactly to a team. Weiser on this unshakable, the new Malphite of top lane, the unshakable rock up there, the Cassante Karaoke, controlling the entire map with the Maokai picked in Kato, keeping House, an explosive mid laner, under wraps with the Talia, keeping them and controlling the team fights with the Weaver's Wall, and then Titan and Curry just going a bit nutty down there and hands checking and 2v2ing their opponents, getting massive CS leads in the fight. That was the true form of Pain, and that is a very, very scary thing indeed.
And you know what's scary as well, Trajan? The next game is INTZ versus Loud. I fear for INTZ, I will say. I wonder what the predictions look like when we have those going for the next game. Because spicy times. We just had a game that we thought was going to be one of the most competitive, biggest games of the day. And then you have one that kind of feels like a preemptive stomp, maybe.
Yes.
Am I wrong?
Well, we've already had a bottom of the table team defeat a previous multiple time champion roster, so let's say it's not confirmed just yet. You know? And we'll give INTZ the benefit of the doubt, see if they can show us a little bit of what Fluxu showed us in game one. But thank you, everyone, for watching another game. Thank you so for stepping in so quickly. I am now going to be stepping out, and I believe the Hawk is going to be stepping in, and he will take you guys through the last 2 games. Soph and Hawk will, I'm sure, do a fantastic job. So thank you, everyone, for watching these first 2 games. Stick around. After the break, there's 3 more to go. There's plenty more league action to do on this Sunday at the CBLOL English. So we'll see you then.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CBLOL English, where I am now joined by, well, still joined by Sovchan, but I'm stepping in for Trajan. My name is, of course, Hawk. We'll be bringing you all the action for the last 3 games of the day, where, if we just saw Pain take a, maybe surprisingly, dominant win over our 4-win Kaboom to get to 4 wins on the season themselves, and now we've got yet another one of our 4-win teams today in Loud, squaring off against INTZ.
Yeah, we have been talking about it, and considering how Loud has always performed, how they're doing in the split, it feels like it's going to be a dominant game from Loud as well. But of course, we love being contradicted and being wrong and seeing the underdogs doing much better. So I want to see INTZ doing well, of course. I'm not going to dish. But I have the highest hopes for Loud, and I didn't have the highest hopes for Pain, although I did predict for them in the previous game, because it felt like they were still warming up. I think they are warmed up.
Yeah, I would say Pain looked pretty warmed up in that last game as well. Whatever they ate, they had their Wheaties this morning or whatever, they were definitely ready to go. But if you enjoy watching the CBLOL English talent be wrong about things, maybe, Rose, if we can fly the predictions on screen first, actually, because, y'all, I have bad news. Are unanimous. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh my god, what a savior.
Rose. Oh, Rose, our savior. But falling on the sword or having a ginormous brain about this game. So which one do we think it is?
I'm gonna use my right to remain in silence. But I will say I'm very grateful for Rose for not getting us on the cursed side of CBLOL predictions, because oh man, we have been doing some work.
Yeah. Oh, we have had some moments when we're all unanimous so far this season. I think it's fair to say. But it does seem like the expectations are starting to shake out, right? It feels to me like there is a pretty clear top 5 in Kaboom, Loud, Pain, Vivo Cade Stars, and Red Canids that is starting to shake out maybe just a little bit with all the other teams sifting out underneath. But of course, it is the CBLOL, and there is plenty of room for other teams to rise up, specifically looking the direction of Furia, Los Grandes playing later today in the game immediately following this one, hoping to get to that 3-3 mark as well. But let's zoom in a little bit on this Loud INTZ matchup, because as we said, Loud, it feels like the expectations surrounding them are pretty high. They've only dropped 1 game so far on the split. It was to Pain Gaming, and this team, reigning champions, they've made a change, but all things considered, it feels like they're continuing on their winning ways.
They super are, and we know how much the team goes well together because they only made 1 change. You said it, Hawk. It's just that bot lane Cells performed incredibly well, but it's going to be Redbird in the roster this year that I believe, honestly, has been outperforming, really out of their mind yesterday on the Nautilus, really getting people safe, especially when it's a Varus or when you're having the likes of an Aphelios. So I think this roster just really knows, out of experience, out of synergy with their players, they know how to get things going and just really be swift and concise on the games. They have advantage in the early, but they can make it out and wrap it up and not just be stalling around and allowing the other team to grow.
I like those words to describe Loud, because I do think those resonate with me. Swift and concise. They are very, very much on the same page. And I like the shout out to Redbird as well, because if you're like me and you've only been covering the CBLOL for the last couple of years, Redbird is maybe not a name you thought too much about. But if you cast your mind further back, Redbird is a former CBLOL champion, and that is not to go under the radar. Justice for Redbird here, and Loud, definitely a big part of the reason why they have performed so well. But on the other side of the coin, INTZ, has not exactly been their split so far. It's been a slow, shaky start. New look INTZ only retaining Yampy and Ninja Kiwi from last split, which I think many would agree were some of their stronger parts, but it feels like they have not come together around this new look roster so far.
Yeah. At the same time, although they are 1-4, bless them, being bottom of the table doesn't feel great getting into the third week. But the one team that they did beat was Red Canids, and I think that's a huge feat. They really did out super well, considering that Red Canids, as you said, is one of the teams that we would expect, not just in being in the playoffs, but being at the top side of playoffs, like top 4. So it makes us feel like there is a chance, there is some hope, and we can try to get those compositions. Maybe going into the roots of CBLOL, being a little more crazy, a little more flair. I was talking in chat about it, and then all of a sudden the team threw in the Yone plus, so what was the other one? Gosh, it was just CBLOL coming back in front of my eyes again, and I think that might be the one key for INTZ to be going for.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This team, it feels like maybe a little bit of chaos is what they need, because you do not want to finish this week 1-5 alone at the bottom of the standings and not having picked up a win since week 1. But as the bans come through, Kalista, Lucian, Nocturne, Orianna, and Karma have all been removed. Critically, Ashe still on the board. We saw it used to great effect by Curie last game. Does Loud opt to remove it?
If that's going to be the case, of course, we mentioned how important it is to get it on the red side as a ban, considering if the enemy team could take it out of the table. Because if they get Varus, you would have to get the Ashe from them yourself. Now, looking at Yumpy, Aithuza, getting that Corki has been performing really well. We would expect that the last game, for example, with House on the Corki would have been more prominent. But I still think it's a very good champion in the meta at the moment, and bringing out quite a lot of space for both sides to be crafting their strategies on the draft.
Yeah, and Corki just does so much damage. We have seen how much this champion can output. It has been a favorite on 14.2. That and the Azir typically have been the handshake. We'll see if Ternones opts to go that direction. Of course, the Corki is typically favored in that matchup due to how much range the champion does pack. But on the other side, it's just going to be the Milio getting locked in. Things like Aphelios, a favorite of Roots, still up and available if they wanted to go that direction. Otherwise, there's power picks on the board as well. Xin Zhao being one of them, and the aforementioned Ashe.
Okay, she has been locked, but this is going to be a rare case, I would say, of ADC Ashe in the meta at the moment, because Milio, of course, not being able to flex anywhere else. That's interesting for Loud. I think Root can really perform well on the very fast attack speed focused ADCs, like Aphelios, as you mentioned, so I think this works out well. INTZ, considering fighting against the Milio and Lucian and Kalista not on the table, they go for the safe option on the Ezreal, can scale well, but of course has to be a little more safe in the early game. Paired with the Rel that could be going either in the jungle or for damage. We'll see how this is going to go last with our third pick for Loud.
Yeah, and the Rel, of course, is a bit of a flex, right? It could go to damage. It could go to Yampy in the jungle as well. And this is a champion that has found a lot of success in both roles. It has been one of the premier flex picks in pro play pretty much since it has been reworked. And I don't really know personally which one is necessarily better. If you want to go for the all-ins in bottom side, maybe it is support, but I do fear its ability to get poked out. As Tinones, I heard your reaction, so now has access to the LeBlanc. We have seen this champion be largely banned out so far here in the CBLOL, but it does get through to R3, and that will be the answer into the court.
Oh, and it's such an answer, isn't it? Because you have Escape, you're going to be pushing out waves crazy, and we know how much the static shift LeBlanc is just so widely popular in the meta since last year, I would say. It is rather annoying. It's something that I'm not the biggest fan of playing against, but it's so effective, and I think Tunones is being such an experienced player, he can utilize it super well. Now going for INTZ, they took out the Vi from Croc, and Loud taking out Cassante from Tai. I think it's a very smart choice. So far, we're still, again, on 100% pick and ban rate for Cassante and Nocturne.
Yeah, and it's surprisingly as well, our third highest presence Azir is actually probably not going to be locked in at all in this game, but otherwise the power picks still going down the tier list. And honestly, the question really remains, if Xin Zhao, which I would assume is the ban here for INTZ, gets removed, where do you actually go in the jungle matchup? And it ends up being Elise Sinbad. So does leave that champion up and available if Loud wanted to go for it, but a lot of the power has been removed from this role. And I am going to just assume that the Rel is jungle for Yampy. I just feel like the bot lane 2v2 sounds pretty unplayable against Milio Ash. You're putting the Rel.
It does. It really does. You're totally right. Okay, looking aloud, potentially getting that Rumble has been nerfed a little bit, but we know that Robo can perform super well on this champion. And I think because the LeBlanc is most likely going for the static shift, you need that AP damage that's going to be coming out from the top lane instead on Robo. So makes sense. I would say that a good shot for jungler on the side of Loud could even be a Maokai. I think the Xin Zhao is still such a great option. You're totally right. But I don't know if Loud wants to be more early game. They really want to scale. Now, looking at INTZ, they're getting that Aatrox. Still a good play against the Rumble because you can get access to the backline whenever you're in a team fight, and potentially a Jav and following up on the same style.
Yeah, but the best answer, of course, in that Udyr was banned away wisely by Loud. And the Maokai gets locked in, still preserving a flex, by the way, in the support position. It's probably Maokai support this game with the Rel jungle. But of course, only time will tell, and we need an answer from Loud. The jungler still yet to be picked up, unless Croc wants to cook a little bit on the Rumble. But no, it is just going to be a Sejuani, CBLOL Sejuani coming out for Croc. RMC just fell to his knees in a Walmart somewhere. So if Chan, as I don't think he might be the biggest fan of this pick. What do we make of these drafts?
I like it. I like it. I think there's always such a good synergy in my mind when you have any Freyod players or any Freyod champions going together in a composition. It just really pleases my little brain. But in regards to draft itself, I think Loud has such great engage and split push potential should they want to go for it. And in early game, they can poke out incredibly well, as you said there with Ash and Milio. You don't want to have the Rel bot lane, but they do go Rel bot lane. Ha!
Yeah, I would have much preferred the Maokai in the bot lane. I think I'm with you on that. We'll see. I mean, INTZ, I think the clear plan for them is to play towards their side lanes. Corki into LeBlanc is going to be the handshake of all handshakes in the mid lane. LeBlanc is going to try to get some prio. Corki is going to sit there and scale and try to get packages, right? But it really is questions for me going to be, can Ty handle Robo on the Rumble this game without the typical Udyr answer, right? How is the Aatrox going to function into this pick? And if Ty falls behind, I think it's going to be really difficult to find any sort of access in this game against the likes of LeBlanc, Ash, Milio, with so much zoning on their side. And then with the Rel being in the support position, bringing a bit of engage against the double immobile bottom lane. A lot of disengage for Loud, but if you are able to get in and layer the CC with the Maokai, with the Rel, maybe Corki coming down as well, there is the potential to find some kills.
For sure there is, and I think that relies much more on micromanagement than macro. So if we're talking about Loud, especially Root, the fingers on this guy just really calibrated. They know how to dodge, they know how to be super proactive and fast on reactions. So INTZ is going to have to be even more predictive on how they're going to play, because they have to take into consideration those predictions on dodges, on Redbird's ultis, so well utilized usually. And one thing that I saw coming into play, I believe yesterday, there was the top Jax on LCS. The Milio could stop the approach with the Q. So I think that could be the same case. Thinking of Yampy, thinking of damage on the Maokai and Rel consecutively, man, I think Loud is still safe.
Yeah. And I do think we highlighted him in the top of the show, right before the game started. Redbird, the addition to Loud, the change that they have made, a former CBLOL champion looking to elevate Loud now to their 4th straight title here in Brazil, as we are onto the Rift for game number 3 of the day. A lot of onus on this player to find the disengages, as Tinodes is caught out and has the distortion to get away.
Of course, always nice to have distortion as first skill you're upping. Makes sense if the enemy team wants to get aggressive, and should you want to be a little more reserved on those early moments. Looking at bot lane being already spotted by INTZ. in the likes of Loud on that tri-bush. They decide to just disengage. But there are so many wards already. INTZ went in hard for that red buff. On the side of Loud, they only have on the top side, close to that blue buff, some vision. And both junglers are starting on the same side of the map.
Yeah, both junglers probably knowing that each other are starting on the same side of the map as well. We asked the question, how would Tai be able to play into Robo early on? Well, Robo took an Ignite, so clearly the top laner of Loud saying, hey, I want to just win this lane. And both junglers recognizing the threat, wanting to potentially have early impact. Of course, Rumble, a champion that early on into the game can be very vulnerable to any sort of gank potential without any mobility in the kit.
Definitely. But we're going to see how this is going to be played in regards to those early ganks. I think Croc has such good maneuverability with the Sejuani. You get those early snares, you have a quick gap closure, and could potentially get a stun. Forcing out flashes would be very, very important. Looking at Robo, as a Rumble would do, pushing out the wave is not something that you don't do often, is like a Tristana in the mid lane. So that's the case for the top side. Also, bot lane Loud as well, controlling super well the wave, as we said, because of this very, very good aggressive pressure onto Poki.
Now, Soph, we have seen a lot of level 3 dives from this top jungle of Loud over the years, and it seems that will not change. Croc is spotted now. Tai has all the information he can need and his jungler in his back pocket, getting dove as the overheat comes through, but Tai is going to die. It is traded, however, with both top laners falling under the tower. Yampi equalizes with the 2-for-1 in favor of INTZ.
Loud, though, at least gets the first blood that they were trying to reach. So if that wasn't the case, that would have been a complete disaster. But there's still one extra bit of gold that they could get out of it. So at least they guarantee something. The 2-for-1 for NTZ is the best case scenario. Definitely. Let's have a replay on it. So Croc was spotted by that ward, left the ward themselves, but Yampi was very close by. The damage that started with Robo was quite a lot. But because, of course, being level 3, very, very squishy, there wasn't much damage that was targeted there by the turret because Robo started the dive themselves. So they melted. INTZ standing strong on tracking out the enemy jungler.
And I want to give both players on INTZ credit for how they played that dive as well. Tai, an excellent flash to reposition, and Yampi walking over the ward to give Loud a false sense of security to go for that dive, while all the while he's actually just lurking in the wings. Excellent theatrics by the jungler of INTZ. Excellent survival instincts from Tai to buy time, and well played to INTZ to find that advantage. Of course, with the wave still being lost, I think things ultimately going to be pretty even. It's really going to be about that second play on the top side as Croc is lurking around in the jungle, level up over Yampi, smites away the red as damage, now walking over, and as long as he's got the Arctic Assault, he should be able to walk out.
Yeah, it's as we said, it's just so good as a rotation option for Loud. Tai going out on health.
Yeah.
But there's not going to be any real danger so far, Hawk. But I really appreciate how Loud has been super proactive. I think that's their style. Croc as Sejuani can afford to be doing that. I think Jarvan could be a pick that can translate into that same sort of game style. So they are performing well on it. There are the Void Grubs spawned just a few seconds ago. So Yampi will take control over them, while the bot side, previously controlled by Root and Redbird, allows for their first Drake to be started by Loud.
And so frequently we have seen these neutral objectives traded at the 5-minute mark, as opposed to teams going for some massive rotation around the 5-minute spawn of the grubs. But I mean, Soph, I've got to be honest, I feel like getting that 5-minute grub, all 3, so incredibly powerful, because getting 5, 6 void grubs can really be a massive advantage later on into the game. Whereas with the dragons, you're investing a little bit more in any sort of soul stacking threat, can be a little bit delayed in terms of the power it can bring.
Definitely, it's one thing that has to take a while to stack, whereas the Void Grubs make you feel within an immediate effect, I would say. And considering how the Aatrox can push out lanes and go for split pushes super well, it makes a lot of sense having that power damage onto turrets. But Loud, of course, having that pressure on the bot side, goes for the Drakes themselves. And I totally agree with you. Like, the meta right now, especially here for CBLOL, they're not fighting for Void Grabs, they're not fighting for the first Drake. It's just them going about halfways and just deciding to wave each other from the other side of the river.
And it is interesting as well, having things like the Rumble, the Aatrox teams not wanting to fight. We're so accustomed to fighting here in the CBLOL, but I'm sure those are coming as both teams, at least for now, content to play out a slow early game. And honestly, the only real advantage comes in, well, no role really, but everyone is within 150 gold of each other. I mean, Robo nursing a bit of a CS lead in the top side of the map, but of course with Ty having the extra kill, it is not really that substantial as far as a gold differential, with Robo only being 8 gold ahead. Now Ty up 6, and everybody just gonna farm it out. The Grubs and the Dragon really being the only main imbalance on the map, and with those ones not spawning for another 3 minutes or so, Grubs up in 2. I don't expect to see much action until then.
Me neither. Me neither. I think the only thing that's actually going to be happening. Oh, well, scratch that. Going to be meeting each other here in the bot lane. Croc.
Okay, yeah, Croc gonna dive in with the Arctic Assault, but Yampy Bramble Smash just going to walk away, and everybody says, "Hey, you back up! No, you back up!" And everyone ultimately is going to back up collectively. Oh, hang on, Robo, no going for the solo kill. Ignite, drop, overheat, auto. One more will do it, and yes, he gets it, the scrap shield to keep him alive, and now it's a fight in the bottom as Croc has hit level 6. Permafrost onto Yampy, who has the flash to get away, getting slowed up by Root. Watch the Ashe kiting forward with the Rangers focus autos. One more kills off Yampy as Robo executes on top as well. 2 kills over to Loud on opposite sides of the map to try to take an advantage.
No monotony whatsoever, Hawk, in this game. Now that we got into the 8-minute mark, dives, Roots, and that's a pun on the ADC, but Roots going on in the jungle there from Yampy, going on to Croc as well, meeting each other, counter jungling super effectively on both sides, but then the damage that you can assert, and let's have a look at this again. So Yampy had been spotted, Croc goes in with the assault, as you say, they get pushed out, but there's still that need, that want for them to go, because Loud had vision, they could go in. There's damage that was really felt kind of baited, I would say, into going in, believing that potentially Croc wasn't there, but they were. So that's the counter attack so effective done by Root when they guarantee the slowdowns on every single auto attack. Gotta love Redbird and Root switching out their priority there, so Root would get the final hit and it wasn't be going to the support. Very nicely done.
Yeah, the target selection from Root and the rest of Loud definitely clean. And with the 2 kills now, Loud, they do have that definitive advantage. Robo really starting to open up a lead, 20 CS up as well as the kill. And now Croc has found out Tay, forced to flash. Aatrox, without that summoner spell available, going to be much more vulnerable right here at the second spawn of the Grubs. And it seems once again, both teams going to just be content to handshake objectives on opposite sides of the map, except for the fact that the Dragon has yet to spawn. So Croc going to take this one away. The opposite side, INTZ may be looking for a bit of a cross map. Yampy down here as the grasping Root's going to come out. Redbird will block it up for Root, but he still gets hit anyway. The crash down comes through from damage, and INTZ finds 2.
That was so well done. And as you said, it's a cross map, Hawk. You know that there's going to be immediate attention from Croc onto those Void Grabs spawning, but then you get everyone. Those are guarantees to assist there. There's going to be so much of that goal distribution going on to INTZ that's very necessary for them to scale. Considering the champions that they have selected, the Corki, the Ezreal, they need this to happen. There is vision. The Yampy goes from behind in the jungle with Ituza as well. The Nature's Grasp goes in perfectly. There's the knock up into the True Shot Barrage, and it's just very, very well executed.
So incredibly clean, and INTZ, a fantastic play to try to equalize the kill score a little bit. They give up the Grubs for it, but I think the 2 kills definitely going to be worth it, as now Ninja Kiwi has the Essence Reaver online, the first completed item alongside Robo's Rocket Belt in the game, and that might benefit INTZ around this Mountain Dragon should they choose to fight for it. Teleport going to come through to Tinones to try to reposition on the map, but INTZ just wants Root. He's overextended, no flash, no ghost, no hope in hell of surviving. Ninja Kiwi picks up the kill as the rest of INTZ now barreling into the river. The Glacial Prison going to try to stun up the Maokai, at least to buy a little bit of time. Equalizer comes out, but the package is big. Tinos into the back line as Ithuza is doing the damage as well. INTZ, they're the ones winning the fight, though, as Tay has joined the party as well. It's going to be 3 for INTZ when it's all said and done, as Loud bit off just a bit more than they could chew in the river.
Such a proactive rotation there from INTZ Hawk. You have the TP come in much earlier than another TP as well to round it up. Then when you notice that Loud's root was just out of position, you really need to take them out. The Ashe has no escape. There were no summoner spells. So well played. But at the same time, they were still waiting onto that Drake because it was already started by Loud. There's the disengage that happens from Loud as well, while they try to, okay, could we defend Root? And Root's like, no, just leave me be. I am dead. Don't go for it. There's a great equalizer that comes through here, but the team fight location that was placed around that package from Corki really set everything perfectly for INTZ. At the end of the day, the fight was theirs, but Croc guaranteed the Drake instead.
Yeah, and I almost wonder, a little bit of sunk cost fallacy, perhaps, from Loud, losing their AD carry, still sticking on the Dragon anyway, believing they can burn it down. A miscalculation, perhaps, as even though they do get the Dragon, the kill's going to mean so much more for the gold they provide. Ninja Kiwi is in a position to carry, as he so often has been for INTZ, and Arobo in a position to carry, but before that, in a position to die, caught out in the river, no way to go. Tay picking up a second of the game.
And what's this with just getting picked off now on Loud? I don't think there's any reason for that to be happening when you already have so much vision. You can see in the map all the red dots, all the pink wards, all the regular wards, really getting all the presence in the map, and they are still getting picked off. Maybe, I don't know exactly what is going on there with the decision making, but this looks to be a very assertive decision because Croc is waiting in the shadows to go directly on Ithuza.
Ooh, the Glacial Prison goes wide as Ithuza with a nice Valk to dodge it, but no flash as the Ethereal Chains lands means that he will die anyway. Despite some fast reaction time on the W, Ithuza goes down.
That was really cool. I think Ithuza could have done all they did, and they were still going to die, especially, as you said, having no flash. That's the one thing that could have saved them. So it was a certain kill. Very nicely chosen by Loud's Croc to go onto the most vulnerable place, right? So now, having no objectives on the board now, actually, Herald has already spawned as we speak. So there's going to be a rotation from both sides while Loud's bot lane is taking out the first brick of the game.
Yep, and it's going to be first brick traded for that Herald. Each team, again, going for those cross maps. So we'll see how much INTZ can get with this objective as, again, Herald, it's an investment for later on. You're going to try to knock down a tower somewhere later to get yourself more of an advantage than that single tower now does get for Loud. But at the moment, gold will remain completely even. Void Grubs will remain completely even. The story of the game does seem to be the AD carry of INTZ standing alone at the top of the gold graph.
As you said, the name of the game so far has been very just balanced on gold, on kills, on cross-map rotations, and especially onto the objective side of things. When you think about half the Void Grubs on both sides, the only thing that could have been much adding to the balance here would have been if INTZ won the fight and the Drake on that one. But then when Croc guarantees the smite, Loud denies them for it. But at the end of the day, this is good for INTZ because they scale, and they scale so incredibly well. So getting crumbs here and there, those outer turrets, they're going to be facing out to Robo and getting a dive.
Yeah, 3 people down here as Robo all alone. No rotation coming through from Loud just yet, but the wave was not in position. Robo will walk away, but the tower on the bottom side will at least be equalized for INTZ without the use of the Rift Herald, knocking down their first of the game.
Looking for potentially 30 seconds there for the next break,
though.
too.
The fight's not going to stop as they are on the Croc. That's a tanky Sejuani with the Frozen Heart already completed. as both teams just trying to jockey for position to the river. It's INTZ that do have the control, at least for the moment, but Loud, they almost certainly want to fight around it. Tinones, meanwhile, pushing in the top side, trying to knock down the second tower of the game in favor of Loud, but it will at least stay standing for the moment. The Dragon spawning now, both teams posturing, but not willing to pull the trigger just yet.
Not yet. I was actually thinking that Tino's might have been going for a reset and then a TP directly for the Drake, but then they bait it. They're probably going to go for that tower, maybe just going to get taken down by the minions, and they're going to rotate soon after. So Loud having that posture that we are going to try to get some security in the mid lane and then rotate for the Drake, but now INTZ has already started it on half HP. This is a give.
Yeah, this one's going to drop. Root, Redbird, they're taking their reset. Loud says, okay, we'll take the gold. We'll take the map control. We are okay to give over this dragon. They are, of course, the ones that picked up the first 2 of the game. So not exactly any urgency to fight for this one unless they wanted to go for any sort of dragon stacking. And I think at the 17-minute mark, we are coming into the later stages of the mid game, going to be getting into the late somewhat soon. We have to start talking about the scaling. Not a conversation we've had too much, but INTZ with the Corki Ezreal, I don't know about you, Soph, but I think I have to favor them in the later game team fights.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for them, when you're looking at the Corki, only just one item finished. All they're looking for a fight, and there's Tino's going over the wall with the distortion, staying safe. But there's still going to be some aggression. Both teams looking to get that tier 1 mid lane down. So far, just clearing out the wave. They really want to go for Tino's on this one.
Yeah, Tinone's definitely extending a little bit in the side lane, but doing a really good job just playing on the limits of the LeBlanc, knowing when he's able to get away. The Twisted Advance from the Maokai going to be the only point-and-click CC on the other side. So easy to dodge out on the very slow animations of the Rel when you have as much mobility as a champion like LeBlanc does have. But I think the focus is clear. Get down this tier 1 tower and try to continue to trade even with Loud. Because again, if we talk about the scaling, if we think that INTZ is favored later on, and they like the pace of this game, Loud, they try to extend it, but the Glacial Prison going wide does mean that INTZ will disengage.
That felt like a goal. There were 2 bars and that was right in the middle. But I agree with you. And one thing that you were mentioning, right, was the itemization and the scaling. Damage, just clearing out the ward here, is they are eager to take down that tier 1 on the top side, but I think that you have to be careful. They can really burn you down, especially when you don't have much mana. So continuing here, the biggest highlight for INTZ at the moment is Ninja Kiwi, because they have gotten into a stage now with Corki as well, completing that mana. They're both in their power spike. But the Ezreal, since they have arrived there earlier and they are on 3-0 and 2, much more CS as well, 500 gold bounty, the biggest point of pressure on INTZ is Ninja Kiwi. So if they can get a fight going, of course, laying out the chain of CC into a good ulti there on Ezreal, that could be the only thing that gets them into controlling the map more, getting objectives, and I think this starts now.
The Rift Herald subbing is definitely going to try to start things off. Yeppy going in, driving into the tower with a bit of a pay right there, and now they're on to Croc under the tower. But damage, tanking up so much of his namesake, forced to flash away. Ithuza permaslowed as Root stepping forward on the Ashe. Chains will land as Tay disengaging. Ninja Kiwi firing in the damage that Ezreal needs to be respected. The primary carry for INTZ trying to save the fight as it got a little dicey, and Robo still lingering on the side. Things might not be done yet in the mid, as now Loud, they are taking their opportunity to step up. With the minion wave getting cleared out, all 10 members on both sides going to just walk away.
Oh, I was just looking at that minion wave and being like, oh, damn, Robo, this is not going to be your moment to use an equalizer. I am sorry, buddy. But they decide to get that pressure, of course, because they don't have the tier 1 mid lane. They get the adjacents, right? They get the jungle, the river, especially going towards that Baron, because there's still some timer there onto the Drake to spawn. Considering this side of the map, definitely the most important, especially when you had Tinones already taking down that tier 1, and how the pressure can be exerted with the split push onto the static shiv from the static shiv LeBlanc. That's probably what they're going to be doing, swapping out, having Tinones in the bot side and guaranteeing more pressure on all fronts. But now, because of how things were going on that team fight, INTZ ended up dispersing a little bit. And I would say the Loud, should they want to do it, they could take down this tier 1 in just a few moments.
They definitely want to try to. The extra range of the Milio gives Ashe so much power in the siege, but before then, it's actually INTZ getting the first move on the side lanes. Tinone's yet to really get that much of an advantage on that side of the map. I think so far, despite being 2-0-0, has been a relatively quiet game from Tinone's, at least up to this point. Does have the Voltaic Cyclist Sword as well as the Static Shiv, and I think between him and Root, it looks like they are going to be the main double marksman, I suppose, threat here for Loud later on. But yeah, we've not seen a ton from the LeBlanc split push. They did get the tier 1 tower in the top lane earlier, but it was in trade for a dragon, so not much as far as a raw advantage.
Yeah, you're right, but at the same time, I would say it was fairly calculated from Loud. So they want to have at least Tinones around in a fight, having a good shadow, so they're not too far away, and at the mercy of having that timer on the channeling of the teleport to come into a fight when you can just really just closely by in the neighborhood, distort and mimic distort again into a fight much quicker. So I think that was the case right here, and I would say that Loud would only really commit Tinones to a split push whenever they have a Baron coming on. But there's a package and the TP.
Yeah, this is definitely aggressive. INTZ gave over an uncontested dragon in favor of getting priority over the Baron. It's down to 10,000 HP as now INTZ stepping in. But damage, the engage, that went completely wide, and Root is untouched in the fight. But can they punish is the question, and the answer is no, as there's no follow-up engage. But INTZ, they took a risk to start the Baron, and instead they give over a mid-tier 1, they give over a dragon, and now with the push in mid, they have to try to get something back for it.
Yeah, and INTZ trying to get this one, but Tinones is on the flank. Robo the equalizer
comes down, lots of damage onto them, and now they're being corralled. Yampy will be stunned up and almost certain to drop. One more auto is all they need, and Robo gets it with the flame spitter. Tinones now into the back line, assassinates Ithusa in the backside of that fight. 2-0 in favor of Loud as everything falls apart for INTZ.
And 2-0 includes the jungler. Yumpy is not there. There's no Smite to contest this Baron. And Loud is looking to melt this one down, basically, literally, with Robo so strong there on the Rumble. Not with the biggest of KDAs, but definitely with enough damage on the itemization to take this one down. And this is the moment, I would say, where they can take Tinones into a split push. But now let's look at the replay again. It was so crucial to have Tinones in the backline, and also having not spotted Rumble onto the side of the jungle, the equalizer caught them by surprise. Actually, there was a ward, so I don't know if it was really caught by surprise. Still, they chose to remain. I would say a bad choice, because getting people lined up is the dream for any Rumble.
And let's remember as well, Soph, that this game is our top of the table against the bottom, and INTZ was so incredibly good up until this point in the game. But honestly, the only thing going through my mind after that play is I took a calculated risk, but man, am I bad at math, as INTZ gave up so much to get absolutely nothing. They thought they could take away a Baron. They thought they could force on the play. The engage from damage missed. And from that point on, it was a dragon, a Baron, a mid-tier 1, and 2 kills that went over completely for free to Loud. Now on Soul Point, now with Baron in hand. And we talk about Tinones starting to definitely have some effect in that game. I like how you mentioned the way he was playing out that fight. And with the Baron, the split push could be so threatening. Damage going to flash onto Robo, and the Rumble should get burned down.
Ooh.
Equalizer to try to find some damage back, but no dice. Yampy still running forward. Sapling going to try to find some slows. Good disengage from Redbird. Should get the rest of the team out, but the Baron push will be delayed as the top laner of Loud is dead.
I think this is a great effort from INTZ, maybe a little too exposed by Loud, but definitely kudos to INTZ for having control on vision for that bottom side of the jungle, guaranteeing that they could take at least one person down and try to alleviate pressure. There's the Hextech flash from damage, but they haven't found anyone. That's the big short and fast reset on the Baron buff recall on Loud, they can come back for the Drake because there's so much vision, just like a trail of crumbs of red vision on the river and enemy jungle. So everything is connected and ready to go for them to guarantee that soul. And as I said as well, Tino's would need this moment to finally commit to having that split push potential. That's what they're doing. They have TP in a little bit if that would be necessary, but I would say the biggest choice is to go for the diversion.
And Tino's having 3 items to his name. The only other person in the game that is that wealthy is Ninja Kiwi, of course. Still 4 now 0-2 on the Ezreal. There is a world in which Ninja Kiwi can carry. We have seen this before from this player. Was a huge part of the success that INTZ found at the end of last year, and now needs to step up in a big way. Aethusa, likewise, having the completed Muramana. Scaling is starting to come online in INTZ double tank composition. Lots of good team fighting to their side, but they have to execute, as one more mistake would almost certainly spell doom for them in this game.
And the biggest problem would be definitely considering your Ezreal is harvesting all of the gold, all of the kill participation, and your mid lane is standing on 0, 3, and 5. Those packages are not going to hurt that much, even though they have the itemization.
Robo standing off to the side. INTZ walking in as 5. They want to stay together, but Loud wants to break them apart. Glacial Prison hits Aethusa, but no follow-up to come through as Tino's just wants to poke at the backline. Equalizer is good to find the damage as damage will drop. Robo will be traded, but INTZ getting jumped on. Ninja Kiwi is down. Tino's has killed him, and Root is stepping in to try to win the game for Loud. Another slow will be found as 3 kills have gone over, and that will be all they find, but the Dragon Soul will be their prize.
And traded for absolutely nothing. We thought Robo was going to go down, but they didn't. Now it's them and Croc burning down this Drake, guaranteeing the soul is going to be secured by Loud. The rest of the team getting the siege. Tier 2 bot lane gone. LeBlanc in the mid lane pushing. All the waves need to be in this condition. LeBlanc was pushing out on the top side too. Oh, Drake timer. Hey, I love you, Rose.
Shout out to Rose on production for giving us a Drake timer. But Soph, let's watch this one again as, I mean, Tino's just poking and prodding on the backline. Played so well.
Oh, yeah. It's not just that as well. I think it's how Root played this one, and specifically in being in synergy with Redbird and their ulti, guaranteeing that constant healing with Milio and then taking out the CC on the ulti worked out perfect because Root knows how to position so incredibly well. So they were very safe, but this is not safe at all.
Not safe at all. Croc getting jumped on. This actually could be a kill for INTZ. The flash out, going to try to get them out of dodge. But the Nature's Grasp also landing onto Root. The cleanse is too late. The flash is not enough. And now the 80 carries down. Tino's is now the focus. Does not have the distortion available just yet. Ty not going to be finding anything else. Tino's actually even jumping in aggressively.
Oh, damn!
Everything. Robo's equalizer bringing everyone so low. And in a 4v5, it's Loud that are running down INTZ. INTZ getting scattered to the wind as a flash forward comes out. The Flame Spitter doing so much damage. Loud, are you kidding me? Without their ADC, finding everything. Damage going to try to turn it around. But Ty can't find anyone. It's going to be 4 kills to Loud in a 4v5.
This is just as good as an ace. Not having your ADC and managing to get all of this, it might be an ace, and it is. Oh my God, Loud, please. Please.
Loud just firing on all cylinders. I mean, recognizing that, hey, Root is not the only main carry, and in fact, it is Tino's that is doing so much work. Just as I say, I would like to see this player get more involved in this game. He was sure to prove me wrong. 7-0-3, 4 completed items on the LeBlanc, getting a tower for takeout as the Baron is going to be the main focus. 8,000 gold nearly now is going to be the advantage as Loud, they are looking to pick up their 5th win of the CBLOL Split 1.
And Tino's has that as that greatest quality, being able to adapt so well and on the fly, deciding when should I be going for a split push. This is a split push LeBlanc, but when should I be going in the fight? When should I be a diversion? And when should I be fighting with my team? They really are doing that incredibly well. And it's not just down to Tino's, but the communication on all players, because they have incredible synergy, considering four of them are the same from last split, a recurring champion. As you said, 5-1 looks very close for Loud, as they have Soul, they had already taken Baron. Things are looking incredibly sound for them.
This is definitely a winning position if I've ever seen one. They've just got to close it out. Swift and concise, Soph, were the words that you used to describe this team. And honestly, it wasn't that swift for the early stages of the game. INTZ made him work for it, but once they got an advantage, I think concise still definitely applies.
Yeah, they really know how to run for it. Robo's dealing incredible damage. The backline is supported by Milia Redbird, playing incredibly well on this support. Super good how they have been able to convert pressure on this Baron, now already on 2,000 gold on that Baron power play. Equalizer.
Yeah, Robo just gonna fire in the equalizer to get some damage, force INTZ away from the tower. Without Ninja Kiwi having a health bar, INTZ does not have a hope in defending. 2 inhibitors now exposed, 2 inhibitors soon to drop, as it is Loud just rolling through the map. Nature's grasp for one last ditch effort, but Croc is just going to block it up. Teno's poking, prodding, trying to find the damage, as damage, his ult goes wide. Ithuza into the back line with the package, but doesn't find anyone. Loud, they're trying to heal up, they're trying to stay sustained, but INTZ is getting taken ever lower. Robo walking forward with the flame spitter, just forcing them back. Did he bite off too much? The answer is no, as everybody will survive, but Loud, they are backing away, as it is INTZ limping in their base.
Oh yes, they are, and Tino's looking to bother them even so much more. Both inhibitors down there in the top and mid lane. The way is open for Loud to take down this game, going into that 5 win. We mentioned Tino's still there, but of course can escape. They went back on the distortion, and that was almost too costly on a 7-0-3 LeBlanc.
Yeah, that was almost a huge mistake for Tino's, going back on the distortion, able to survive though. No punish, able to come through. INTZ just trying to push out mid, trying to establish some sort of control, but with 2 inhibitors down and the Elder Dragon now on the map, it is so incredibly difficult, and you'd have to think this is going to be the final fight. Keep your eyes on Ninja Kiwi. Keep your eyes on Tino's, a nearly full build LeBlanc Seeker's Arm Guard in inventory, now giving the active as well here in Season 14. How do you kill this man? The Elder Dragon going to get burned down. Loud, they're posturing. Damage is in. Finds 3, finds 4 with the ult. Root is down. Ty trying to do the damage. Robo, they found 2. INTZ trying to clean it up, but it's Tino's in the base. 2 for 1 so far as the LeBlanc is pushing. Elder is the focus. Tay forced to recall as Croc is getting burned down. He wants to interrupt the teleport, but he cannot do it. He will die. Loud, have you thrown the game? Tino's wants to end. Nexus turret number 1 going to be the focus. Nexus turret number 2 going to be the focus. INTZ, they got to get back to base. But Ty trying to hold. Tino's wants to end. He doesn't have the Elder as Ty
the minions. It's done.
Will do
it. They did it.
The game.
That is unbelievable. That's what I said. Knowing when to send in Tino's. Look at the peaceful face on this man. His expression is, I knew exactly what I was doing. And when Loud was falling at the Drake, it didn't matter at all. Tino's knew they could take down the double turrets in the Nexus. Although Ty was there defending. Hawk, that was insane performance.
What an unbelievable end to that game. Loud, they get picked apart at the Elder Dragon, but the confidence in Tino's to go for the push. What a game from the mid laner of Loud, coming alive in the later stages and showing why LeBlanc, at least through the first 2 weeks of CBLOL, was permabanned.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I will say, INTZ performed so much better than I anticipated, because Loud really brought to the table exactly what we know they can bring.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say as swift, but concise. They know how to take things from start, mid, finish. That's what they did. By INTZ, they stood their ground. The goal differential wasn't that great through early and mid stages. They stood defending void grubs, going for Baron fights, defending that base itself. Close. Very, very close. The strategy for Loud was just superior.
Yeah, the strategy from Loud and also team fighting so clean as well. INTZ, I love how you give him a shout because what a performance, even from a team being now at the bottom of the standings at 1-5. The parity in CBLOL cannot be overstated. These teams going blow for blow with each other, but it just felt like INTZ barely could not find the team fight that they so desperately wanted with their Ezreal Corki combo to try to clean Loud up. And with that win, now Loud, they sit alone at the top of the standings, 5-1.
Oh, that is so huge. And as you say, it is the first time that we actually have the team getting the first place alone, not tied up to anyone because Kaboom lost to Pain earlier today. Oh my god. The reigning champions. They know how to play League of Legends. They have known how to play League of Legends for 3 consecutive splits. And although this was supposed to be much bigger of a stump, INTZ standing so hard on the ground to face against such a powerful combination of players the Loud is. INTZ, I will say, I wish you weren't on 1-5, really.
Yeah, and clearly playing like a team that could be better. But for now, this is the standings, and congratulations to Loud for winning what was a pretty crazy game, especially there at the end. The backdoor from Tinons was incredible, and so will be our next game. Furia versus Los Grandes coming up next here on CBLOL English. We're going to send it to a quick break. And when we return, we will have some great League of Legends on your screens. See you in a minute. And welcome back to the CBLOL English, where we just saw a pretty crazy game between, I don't know if you would believe it, watching how fun it was, but our bottom versus top table teams, where Loud now stands alone in first place after a very tumultuous and entertaining victory. I am still Hawk, and joining me is still the wonderful Soph Chan here on the desk. And I think, first off, Soph, we have to address the elephant in the room before we get into our talking about our next game. Almost all of our analysts predicted for Loud for the last game, but our amazing producer Rose did decide to take a bit of a gambit and predict for INTZ so that we do not have the unanimous curse this week.
Exactly, and that, thank you, Rose, guaranteed that we weren't to be cursing the game for Loud today. So thank you very much. And Loud, we're going to send you the invoice later.
Yeah, shout out to Rose for making all of our predictions look a little bit better. You know, we all get the +1 in the win column, Rose. Thank you so incredibly much. But now we must look forward to a very exciting matchup that I think we have on the horizon. So often the fourth game of the day is the most entertaining, at least on paper. And here it is a title between two of our midweight teams, as Furia and Los Grandes both enter the day at 2-3 and now have an opportunity to improve their records to sit towards the more upper portion of the standings.
For sure, and one thing that we have to talk about the Los Grandes roster is Super Clever in the top lane. We saw how great they performed, if I'm not mistaken, on that Rumble, getting the first Pento of CBLOL. So let's have a look at that. So it's Super Clever in the top lane, C's in the jungle, Envy in the mid, Cello as ADC, and Cabby as support. I would say the team has been performing well as a unit. I think they were warming up to understand how to play with Cabby, of course, being Korean, but being an import coming from Europe. Shout out to Solari for being a big fan of Cabby. And having all of that coming together into a team where C's is also an import from Korea, and how the team adjusted to each other. They are, as you said, 2-3. So both teams looking to make this the big grand opening into being a little further up into the standing.
Yeah, absolutely. This team, it feels like they have had flashes of brilliance. You talk about Super Glaber having that pentakill on Rumble. I mean, such an awesome moment. And for both him and CeeLo being two champions, two players, rather, two players that have promoted from Academy after playing there the entirety of last year. CeeLo being, of course, a player that came straight through Los Grandes' farm system as well. It's a new look this year for an organization that tried to make a splash last year to mixed success so far. And, you know, now standing at 2-3 again, if you're able to improve to that 3-3, tie yourselves with the Red Canids, you might be able to separate yourselves perhaps from the bottom of the pack.
It's true, and for that we have to have a look at the roster for Furia. I think there is a couple of things that need to be addressed. So having top lane there with Destroy, Mir in the jungle, Toots in the mid lane, Ayu and Zai in the bot. And I think this is the biggest strength for Furia. This bot lane is just so used to playing with each other, and they have incredible synergy. Adding onto it, I think Destroy and Mir have performed really well. Toots kind of faltering a couple of times, playing on the Azir or playing as Orianna against an Azir, if I'm not mistaken. But Mir has been able to gel the team really, really well in the jungle, guaranteeing good secures on smites and good rotations in the early game. So we'll see what's going to be the playstyle for either of these teams. As you said, wanting to get on the 3-3, wanting to get on that tie. Nobody really wants to be on a tie, but it's better than having a deficit.
It is definitely better than having a deficit. And I think similar to this Los Grandes roster, Furia have had a lot of ups and downs, and they have shown flashes of brilliance so far this split. You know, you talk about our amazing Solara being a fan of Cabby. Well, I am a big Mir fan coming straight out of the LCS Challengers League from last year, having played on Team Liquid Challengers and being a massive part of their success. Of course, Mir won the most valuable prospect award after the spring split as well. So a player that I was able to watch a lot of and have a tremendous amount of success. I was really excited to see that he would be coming down to the CBLOL, where, as you said, he has been very instrumental for Furia and sort of rounding out this team alongside Destroy that showed us part of what they were capable of last year in Split 2 with this core of Tuts, Ayu, and Zai, but we're not quite able to make playoffs.
Yeah, I think things, both of these teams feel on that edge. They're almost getting to a glass ceiling. They're almost thinking of breaking the glass ceiling, right? But it still feels a little bit away, not that it's unreachable. Maybe this is the moment where they can really shine against each other, because they're looking for a middle ground. They are playing against a team that feels kind of the same, being on the same sort of standings. We mentioned a couple of similar things with imports and how the team has been getting used to each other. So this could be the moment where either of these teams say, okay, we are the better one. This is the moment where they have to make this decision. They have to make this change in play style. But I would say overall, the biggest issue has been the coordination with each other. Sometimes it feels like plays get too aggressive by Mir, incredible player, but doesn't get followed up with the rest of the team. Then you have Super Clever really shining on the top lane, but you can't just rely on the top laner alone to win a game. So a couple of these changes could benefit them very well.
Poor top laners. You can't just rely on your top laner to win the game as much as we may wish it's 2015 still. It is unfortunately not. That was almost 10 years ago, guys. That was 9 years ago.
No, don't say
that. Make you feel
Stop.
old for a second.
No.
As Vi now is the first pick here in the draft. And lots of power picks being banned out. I think critically, again, that Ashe, we have seen a lot of success from it so far today. Still up and available, as well as, you know, some of the other general picks. Milio, Orianna, Corki, Azir, all of our favorites here in the CBLOL.
Yeah, Cassante as well. We know the Nocturne is already out, so Cassante could be coming as a priority. But I would say it makes more sense for a CBLOL that is becoming more used to playing against Cassante that they're not going to priority pick. They're going to try to go for it as a second round. Okay, Zai, they left it open.
Oh, yeah.
It's Pyke for Furia Zai. That is amazing. If you don't know, Zai is just such a specialist of Pyke. What is the ball lane they usually do? Is it Pyke Senna?
Well, Senna's banned out, but honestly, I feel like they've played with anything.
Right.
And IU is a player that has been pretty comfortable with pulling out some weird stuff in the past. I think one of our marksmen that has a more wide open champion pool. And honestly, with none of the bot laners of Los Grandes being locked in up till this point, I wonder if Furia will actually opt to instead pick a counter pick into this Cassante or their jungler here on 3, should they so choose, or they could just slam down the Nila if they wish. We saw this combination in week number 1 when Furia found their win, and I do believe it was their most dominant win of the entire split. Zai went nuclear on this pick and in fact has had a ban against him in 3 of the other games because of that. So Los Grandes allows it to go through the draft. Furia immediately snaps it up and now imbalances across the map in the draft. Los Grandes having their jungler and their top laner, while the bottom lane, Furia, is locked in.
And I think it's kind of a trade. They're like, okay, Pyke is going to pass, so Zai is going to confirm it, but we take Azir and we take Cassante. Is that okay? Is that a handshake? All right, that's what we're doing then. I don't think there's any problem with it. Los looking for that Vrel as their next ban, but Furia has already finished. They're very fast. This draft is going.
Yeah.
Maokai and Renata Glask. So, as you said, not having the ball lane confirmed for Los, it's very important for Furia to deny as much as they can, as they did. I don't know. I am very excited about the Nila Pyke.
I am excited too. Right now, Los Grandes is picking tier list and Furia is picking vibe list. Okay, like that is the difference in these drafts so far.
Yeah,
and I want to see another vibe list champion. Okay, maybe we got to go one tier list champ. Okay, Xin Zhao, pretty good. Gonna be the lock-in for Furia.
Yeah, I think Orianna gets in there as well, right?
Yeah.
It has to be Orianna and the Xin Zhao. And not just that, because you had that first round of draft going the way it did, you confirmed the Orianna first pick for yourself, while you allowed the Azir to be picked on the other side, considering Orianna is a good counter, is fine. Now, because of the meta, so many ADCs in bot lane, especially supports, are taken out of the table. What is left now for Los is Rakan. They're looking for an Aphelios here. I don't think that is a bad play. Yeah, I don't think there's many other options. Maybe Azrael. I think Azrael will actually work out well.
Yeah, I think Ezreal would work out well. The Aphelios, however, are making me a little bit nervous. I feel like a very volatile 2v2 to be playing in a mobile champion into. And now Salo will be able to trade back a lot of DPS on this champion, but you have to be so careful. This player yet to experience the terrors that Zai Pyke can inflict upon the CBLOL, but learn they might here in this game. The young ones must be careful as Gnar, the final lock-in to answer Super Kleber's Cassante, but I really do think the focal point of this draft is in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And I agree with you. I think I said the Ezreal, and the more I think about it, I think Ezreal would have been a better pick. You have two-shot barrage in such a in such a safe space. The early game, super easy, just stacking out your tier of the goddess. You have Rakan going in, doing some, okay, I'm gonna do damage, like the old days Lee Sin. Am I gonna go in? Am I not? And just getting the Aphelios in a safe position. I think IU and Zai have the potential to stomp hard this bot lane because of Mir on the Xin Zhao. Mir is so effective in the early game, especially with an aggressive champion. This is looking great for Furia.
And especially pre-level 6, Xin Zhao having so much more agency when compared to the Vi, who so desperately needs that cease and desist, it feels like, to make plays at certain points. And I almost wonder if Los Grandes drafted themselves into a bit of a catch-22, having a composition that is clearly designed around a 2-carry, hyper-carry style of comp. They've got the Vi Rakan engaged with the Cassante tank. That is a team fight style. But something like the Ezreal perhaps might not have had the same hyper carry potential that the Aphelios would have. But again, CBLOL going to need to be very careful because you cannot hyper carry if you are dead. All eyes going to be on the young AD carry of Los Grandes in this game. Zai, IU, Mir, everybody on Furia going to want to kill him. And I'm just expecting a bloodbath. Look, last game was pretty slow in the early game. So if it wasn't until really the Baron spawn that I feel like things really started cracking off in that last game, I do not believe that will be the same, as we do have, of course, our predictions for this game. Coming out of the draft, I've got to say, I'm feeling pretty good about mine. Furia looking pretty solid. So I don't know if you agree, you got Los Grandes under your name.
I did, but I think Furia has a much better draft. Like, if I could change it, I would. I really would. But game on the screen in a couple of seconds, ladies and gentlemen.
And here we are on to Summoner's Rift. So, Sofchan playing Turncoat perhaps after the draft. But look, how can you not root for the Nila Pyke combo? IU Zai in week number 1 found such a great win with this combination. And now looking to do yet the same. Is everybody just going to be calm so far in the first minute?
Only those scouting ones there coming from Loss in the river. Nothing really deep and aggressive on either side. Furia most likely waiting for that moment to happen. Destroy faces super clever here on the top side, trying to get that vision on the blue buff. And I agree with you. Early game is not going to be this. As soon as you have level 3 on Mir, things are going to shaken up.
Yeah, I definitely would agree. Mir starting on the top side, C's starting on the bottom on the Raptors. Now pathing towards top, I wonder if it's going to be a bit of a reverse clear coming out from C's on the Vi, because one would think you want to end your path down on the bottom side of the map, but the imbalance is already starting with Xin Zhao going for that full clear. Zai is finding a bit of a trade, and the observers, I think, understanding the assignment, knowing that this is where our eyes are naturally going to be drawn.
Yeah, absolutely. They know and they do a great job. Level 2?
Yeah, level 2 going in. CBLOL going to get hooked, going to have to flash away and burning, but not going to die just yet. But the action already starting, and without the critical summoner spells available, going to be so vulnerable as the game progresses.
And that's a push coming out from Furia, getting to shove the lane. A super good reset position for them, given that both the bot laners for Lost have had to reset. Actually, Cabby is staying around with a potion, trying to get something going, but they're not going to be able to defend this one from shoving. And Zai and IU just know how much pressure they have on the kit, and as a psychology behind the duo themselves.
And look at Mir already on the way down here. C's going to try to answer, but they might be too late. Mir onto the Krugs is spotted out, but CBLOL and Cabby only level 1, getting zoned away from their own tower as I does miss everything. Vault Breaker going to come out. Mir getting stunned up, and really it's just going to be a fight over the camp. Even Tuts is walking down. Furia is denying Los Grandes from their tower. Look at all of those poor minions dying, as I don't think any kills will be found, but this is bullying the young ADC. Zai still going to go in. TP going to come out. CBLOL dodges everything. Mir probably first to drop as so much damage comes out, but it's actually C's traded 1 for 1. Both junglers down as now Cabby is the focus. Zai, another hook shot goes out, and it lands as the bone skewer is true. CBLOL now forced to run for the hills as I has picked up a double, and Furia is running this early game, showing why this combo was drafted. Bone Skewer yet again being charged. Envy, that's a shifting sands over, and IU traded 2 for 2 as the action does not stop here in the CBLOL until now. 2 for 2, but you would have to think that the play favors Furia.
Oh, it absolutely does. Let's have a look at the replay again. They have been in this bot lane for so long already. Envy took a while to get their TP going, so First Blood guarantees that this is worth it for Furia. There is a 2-for-2 at the end. IU still positioning incredibly aggressive, getting CBLOL out of the fight. Envy is going to make a very nice play, following them around into the river. There is the flash that was wasted there by IU already. That's why they end up going down. 2-for-2 is the best that Los could have done, but I still think this is favorable for Furia, as exactly as you said.
Yeah, and Envy and IU going to be the massive beneficiaries of this play. Both of them picking up the kills for their respective sides. The Azir and the Nila, you can already see on the gold graph, going to be so much stronger, so far ahead of the curve in this game. As with the freeze on bot, CBLOL, Cabby once again cannot step up to the wave. This young duo down here in bot not being allowed to play, as Mir, likewise, onto the dragon, going to continue to control this side of the map.
Impeccable rotation here for Furia. They guarantee that pressure on the bot side because they know that Mir can be aggressive and take Drake as soon as it spawns. But now Los as well, trading out, going for just one of the Void Grubs, going for mid instead. No, it's fine. Toots is still very, very safe in the lane, so there's no reason to try to go in. But there's an engage.
Yeah, Cabby, though, just going to have the Grand Entrance out, able to get away, but it's still just zoning them off the wave. Look at the CS differential in bottom. This is absolutely disgusting from the bottom lane of Furia. 1.3 thousand is already the advantage for IU. That is a whole BF sword separating these ADCs just 6 minutes into the game. And with only one grub being taken by C's as well, that does still leave something on the map to fight for, should both teams want to. Focus for now going to be on mid. It's actually going to be the shuffle coming in onto Zai. Envy forced to flash away from the shockwave as Zai will drop first, but C's likely to be traded back. One more auto from Tuts. Gets it after the flash. 1-for-1 in mid as Envy continuing to step forward, slashing with the soldiers. But the hostilities will cease as both teams trade. Now, IU level 6 to level 3 under the tower. CBLOL, forced to ghost, gets chunked out, but does not drop.
I think the biggest differential here is how Furia has been posturing. And not just that, they have been utilizing the power spikes that at this point, they weren't supposed to be happening. How do you have a level 6 IU and they just turned level 4 CBLOL? That's insane. Let's have a look here in the mid lane. So it was an engage coming with Pyke, denied immediately by Envy with an incredible flash away that gets them out of the shockwave. But C's still goes down. Envy trying to do as much damage as they can onto the two members of Furia, but there's not enough damage as it is in early game Azir. You would expect that, but one thing that comes out good is that Azir has now 2-0-1, Envy on 5 stacks on that Darkseal.
Yeah, and Envy showing why one of the premier mid laners in the CBLOL last year was at the top of our MVP voting multiple times here in CBLOL English, and showing that prowess now here for Los Grandes must be the main carry for this team, as IU is about to take a fat base, pickaxe, crit cloak, and inventory, moving towards that collector. CBLOL, we talked about the double hyper carry composition really being the name of the game here for Los Grandes, and it already feels like one of those carries is completely out of the game.
Yeah, they really are. Looking here, no vision. Zai, there's no minion. They probably have to retreat this one. Don't go in just yet. Mir is still in the river.
They're going to freeze on CBLOL again. Zai pulling the wave. This is just so rude. CBLOL knows that he can't step up. No vision in the river. And in fact, it's Furia. They're the ones with all the control, walking in fearlessly to the jungle, going to deny even more information from Los Grandes. We saw the observers pan over the grubs for just a second right there, showing that they have been so heavily deprioritized because of how much attention Mir is throwing towards his bottom side. Meanwhile, C's forced to cover, it feels like 24/7, neither jungler really caring about taking away that objective.
Things are looking rough for Lost, trying to have some priority across the map now, having to use all their resources, especially on Vision, coming out to this bot side to defend Cello and Cabby, trying to get them into a stable place. But your Hyper Carry is not looking close to carrying at any point soon. Envy must be your key component right now. And of course, let's have a look at the timer, the Drake timer. Who's there? Who's there? Our producer.
Oh, hang on. That's all out. Destroy getting all in and might get destroyed. Q3 to come out, goes wide, but it's not gonna matter. A solo kill in the top side for Super Kleber. As the first time we look top, it's a nice play out of the Los Grandes top laner.
Definitely the highlight. On Lost, Super Kleber has been incredibly consistent. Everything that comes well from Lost, especially in the early game, are the 1v1s, are proxies, are rotations that come from Super Kleber. But there's something I said in draft that I think still stands. They don't rely on one player. Looking at mid, looking spicy.
Yeah, they don't want to rely on one player. If Envy's getting attacked like this. Nice sidestep from the Bone Skewer will get him out of dodge, however. But the Dragon to spawn in 20 seconds, and it looks like Los Grandes is finally going to clean up the second spawn of the Grubs. Now, nobody will be able to get the 5-6 stack. Little gremlins spawning as they will be taken too late. So it's just going to be a 3-stack Grubs on the side of Los Grandes, traded for 2 Dragons on the other side. Now, both teams simply just posturing, looking at one another. Los Grandes, they might have the time to put up a contest here if they so choose, but does not look like that is going to be the option, as the Dragon now finally going to get taken. And we have, I think, Sofchan, firmly approached the mid stages of the game where Furia, about 1,000 gold in the lead, 2 Dragons up. They have this super strong bot lane, and we're really just looking for the game to break open. And I believe, Sofchan, are we good on the internet front? I think I might have lost you for a second.
I think I was lost indeed, down in the depths of the void, but I am back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. You sound great.
Awesome. All right. So what happened in my absence? What am I missing?
Well, you missed a whole lot of looking at each other angrily. Dragon traded, Grubs traded, and not too much else.
A lot of gurs, but
yeah, a lot of gurs.
All of them translated into Furia getting so much pressure in the bot side, especially with Vision. But
hang on, flash forward from Zai, finds a stun onto Salo, but there's no damage follow-up, and in fact, it's going to be reversed onto Zai himself. Furia, they finally go aggressive in the bottom lane, but they get punished. Ayu able to dodge away, actually goes for the re-engage. 3-man
no way!
With the supreme display of talent. It's gonna be a double kill. 1v3. Are you kidding me?
That is insane. I thought just as well that Ayu was gonna die going into that engage, especially on the charm from Cabby's ulti. No, I was wrong. Ayu canceling out that recall from Cabby as well, taking out the platings after a fabulous 1v3, turning into a double kill. I don't think Lost anticipated any of that.
No, I don't think anyone anticipated it. I flashing in even. I even called it the wrong ultimate ability name. The apotheosis onto 3 members. Just so beautiful. Not fearing the charm from Cabby or anything. Apparently, Zai going in was just a bait. And now already back up from the death chamber on the prowl, looking for more plays.
Very close. Gets an escape as a pike would. Very, very safely out of this jungle. But you feel that Furia doesn't care there's any danger in the enemy jungle. But looking at this engage again, Zai goes in with a flash. Then there's the flash to retaliate, having the stun connect. But then immediately with Vi coming in with the ulti from the other side of the river, gets them down. And there's the flash, as you mentioned, right there, going into the ulti and the apotheosis, as you said, getting the 2 kills, the thumbs up, and Cabby only survives because of a flash, and Ayu has already used it.
Yeah, and I think Furia, they want this tower. They're bringing the whole party down to the bottom side of the map, as Mir actually going to walk away as Envy was shadowing. So no dive will come through, and the bottom lane tier 1 will remain standing. But Furia, 2,000 gold now is the lead. So much of that, pretty much all of it, in IU's back pocket. Collector fully completed and in inventory. What an incredible performance so far from the marksman of Furia.
And all enabled by not just that positioning as a duel in a bot side, but Mia translating all that pressure into actual kills. Now look at the control they have in this jungle. Mia can shadow IU while they're destroying this turret. The amount of gold they got as well, 750 there from those platings that Furia accumulated while Lost didn't have any chance to even hit the outer turrets is insane. But now they're guaranteeing the Herald, and that could try to alleviate some of the pressure on Lost, but they have to retreat just to defend. The amount of pressure in this bot side.
And I do think part of the story of this game, and a huge part of the story of this game, is that even though Lowe's has fought back pretty well to keep this game somewhat competitive, they have not been able to go for a single proactive play of their own because of how much pressure Furia has just been consistently applying. Lowe's constantly on the back foot, feeling like they must just slow the game down, which with their team fight style composition perhaps is the right move. But I know it's just so difficult to play in that position. It feels like one mistake, one mispositioning on the map, and Furia could just pounce on top of it.
And just less of a minute, there's when the Drake is going to spawn, getting close to a soul point for Furia. Luz has to try to retaliate at some point, maybe using even the Herald as a diversion, try to get some pressure and space opened up in the mid lane. That would be the best spot. But even if it is on the other lane, woo, Mia going very bold onto Envy, but they're just clearing out space in this jungle, because as we said, this bottom side jungle for Loss has been feeling like Furia's all along.
It absolutely has. And IU2 completed items, 10 CS per minute, 4, 1, and 0 on this Neela. It is all going to be on him for this fight. Level 11 at that, the same level as the enemy mid laner due to that Neela experience sharing passive. Herald going to be summoned up in the mid, however, as Los Grandes wants to try to force Furia away from the dragon and into a fight on their own terms. So he's going to drive that one in, but he needs to be very careful as he's now in the middle of everyone. Bone Skewer comes out, but the shockwave is so huge. Everybody does get away initially as the Sand Soldiers trying to stab into Mirror. Teleports come in from both the top laners as Evie.
Oh,
now into the back
damn.
line. It's going to be a scoop, and they will find one. Los gets the first kill of the fight, and it's on to IU. The main carry of Furia is down, and Los Grandes has won the engagement. Another nice knockback ends up being a yet another 1-for-1 as Destroy goes down. Mid lane tier 1 going to be the focus, but Los Grandes win the fight.
That is incredible for the Lost team. They are not only won the fight, took the turret, had that pressure relieved from the Drake as they wanted to do from the get-go, and now they have time to reposition into the river, get those wards out, or even wait them out should that be the case. There it is, the fight starts with C's going on with the Herald. They find themselves in a very bad spot when the shockwave hits. But when you have the TP immediately coming through from both of the top laners and that Shurima shuffle, Envy saved the fight on that ultimate alone. They had to flash away just after that because of the engage coming out from IU, from Zai. But nonetheless, they had great positioning to guarantee Cello to be in a safe spot. But now looking at Drake fight is looking spicy.
We're not done yet. Everybody has respawned, and it's Furia pushing Los Grandes out of the river. So point will go over, but the huge shutdown onto IU was picked up. And I didn't see exactly who was the one that secured it. I believe it was Super Kleber that got the extra gold. And now with 2 items to his name, this Cassante going to be so strong, and that does go to show that for as well as IU has played out this game so far, and as well as Furia has played around him, Neela, the kind of champion that one misstep, one mistake can cost you big time.
It really can, and that's one thing that Loss has enabled Cello so far. Early game, absolutely horrific. Couldn't really help them at all, but now mid-game, finally getting into a stage. You have that Razor trying to get into a completed second item, so still very far behind into a power spike, but because it's a hyper carry, they can convert that into a great lead once those items come through.
Yeah, they definitely can, and again, they're the ones with the team fight composition. Now, Furia, they still have plenty of team fight in their own right, but when you're going up against a late game Azir, a late game of Aphelios, it can be really, really difficult to play into that. the amount of disengage on the other side. But the Soul Point could definitely be impactful as things progress. I do believe it's a Chemtech Rift, so Soul maybe not as strong as some of the others in the game, but a difference maker it still can be.
Definitely, because you're going to be needing that damage. Okay, looking for a 1v1 here on the bot side.
Yeah, Destroy just gonna walk up, and everybody, again, posturing. Furia, still, despite losing that fight in mid, they're clearly not daunted by the overall game state, forcing Los Grandes to march to the beat of their own drum, whether they like it or not. This top lane tier 1 will fall.
There's the only one space for Lost to play things around, and it's the mid lane. That's the only tier 1 that's still remaining. They can have some space for it should they get Cello in a good position, but Furia is not leaving anything to their choice. This is, as you said, play into their own beat, and Furia has full control over all the sides of the map, coming through with vision, with objectives control especially. And now I'm not okay. I thought it was someone that's gonna get engaged there, but it was just the Baron spawning. That got me a little scared, but it's okay. I'm alive.
We are all alive here on Summoners Rift. So I'm glad you're alive and here with me.
Yeah, I'm glad you're alive as well.
That is definitely what matters. As you know, we were expecting fireworks in this game, and there's definitely been action. It got started early, but it has not quite been the CBLOL bloodbath that we might have expected either. I mean, it has been a measured approach. I do think Los Grandes has, all things considered, done a pretty good job of thwarting Furia's aggression so far.
I agree with you, definitely. And I think it's because when there was the fight in the mid lane and you see the abilities really connecting with the Shurima Shuffle, engages and TP there from Super Clever being very, very immediate. When Cello has a moment to gather resources, that is when Furia has to stop. They're like, okay, this is too much. We might be overstepping. We have to be a little more calculated on this, on the decisions we're making. And the calculations on Furia scream Baron. Look at the amount of vision they have around this pit. They're still taking it down from the enemy as well. Seas goes in, takes that one with the Blast Cone 2, getting some vision back for Loss as they see the top lane and the Destroy is on the bottom side. But Furia is trying to push them back as well as they have the Scuttle Crab vision. They could have even more control in the couple few minutes.
And Moonlight Vigil actually tossed out right there by Salo, looking for Zai to try to get the sniper headshots and possibly take him down. And that is something that we have to track as this game progresses. Is Furia, they do have a bit of a lead, but their composition is not very safe. In fact, in many ways, it is an all-gas, no-break style of composition.
Yeah.
Their engage all comes from someone diving in face first, which is an extremely risky way to play the game, as we saw, again, at that mid-lane fight. I think both teams just gearing up for this dragon fight in 50 seconds. That is probably going to be where the game might be decided, as it is a potential soul for Furia. Salo, not sure if the observers at some point do click on him. I want to see if the Moonlight Vigil is actually going to be up and available by the time this one spawns. Again, it was expended. Not sure it's going to come up in time.
Yeah, I would say it would be like a couple of seconds late. If I'm not mistaken, it's around like 1 minute, like 60 seconds to cooldown. And having the 30 seconds left, and it was just at the half. We'll see.
Zai going for the face check, able to get the Phantom Undertow out of dodge, as Teleport immediately comes in from Tuts. All 5 members already here, but Destroy has just gone exhausted. So no Meganar up and available for at least 15 seconds, likely longer. Could potentially be a window for Los Grandes. Furia, they're trying to muscle their way into the river, but Los currently has control. The ball just trying to find spaces. Super Kleber has now been chunked fairly substantially. The Crown passive going to be popped on Cabby as well. Sees now on a Zai, onto the side. They want to commit onto the Pike. But Furia, nobody able to find and engage. Now they're in, on a Tuts, flash, ult comes through. There's the Shurima Shuffle, but it's not enough. Tuts has died, but nobody else. Look at IU on the back line.
Oh my god.
He's found Salo and Destroy, able to flash away. Keep your eyes on IU as the death from below.
My god.
The flash comes through as well, with Zai cleaning them up. It looked all right for Los at the beginning, but now it's going to be 4 kills over to Furia.
And that is the bot lane for Furia, expertly playing around this fight. It's an almost ace, and you don't even see IU taking damage on this fight. It's insane how Zai caught the attention going upwards into the jungle from Loss. Then you guarantee that you have pressure for the Drake yourself. Now going for the Baron. that's everything set up for them. That fight was impeccable. I wish we could see a replay in a little bit. I hope there is going to be one. But on top of it, what we can take is they already had all that vision that we're looking at the map still there. Hasn't
Hang on, yeah,
it's
teleport
expired.
coming in. Okay, nothing's gonna happen. Envy maybe wanted to clean up some kills, but so here's that replay you wanted.
Give me juicy. So the Shurima shuffle sets it up so nicely for Loss. Immediately into stasis for Envy. Kind of feels like a mistake because you want to have that damage coming through on top of the Shurima shuffle because they were all clamped up. And then there's all Zayu going for executes on executes on executes. The Show was doing a great front line. Zai was also in a very nice flank, just the border of the fight, guaranteeing they wouldn't take damage. And that's how Lost basically didn't capitalize on neither denying the soul or the Baron or winning the fight. This is getting crucially excruciating for Lost.
Yeah, this is definitely a very difficult spot to be in for Los Grandes as that gold graph dropping off a cliff. And I love how you give them that shout out. IU and Zai so expertly played in that fight, and IU now having 3 completed items, basically a full item ahead of every single other player in this game. This Neela is filthy strong.
Oh yeah, 6-2 and 2, 150 gold bounties and a Vori the shield bow. There's and even the boots of fleetness, I forgot what the name is, but the rapid boots.
The
have
Swifty boots, the Swifty boots.
It's Swifty, okay. I was just thinking of the name in Portuguese. Bear with me. But we're looking at them pushing really hard on the jungle, getting pressure. C's trying to defend alongside Envy on the top side. But this split effort is super nicely done by Furia, especially with a Baron buff.
Yeah, using their Baron buff so well, knocking down the top lane tier 2. You would think they'll transition that pressure over towards mid to try to continue knocking down towers, try to continue getting gold into their pocket. You can already see plus 2.5 on the Baron power play up to this point, and still having 2 more waves of empowered minions to work with. Super Kleber going to get hooked forward, but it's actually going to be Furia backing away, not opting to extend themselves. I wonder if they have some item completions or something that they want to go back for.
Oh, well, Zai did.
Okay, we get an opportunity. Yeah, opportunity for Zai. Not an item I've seen a ton of, but one that I think is underrated here on Season 14.
Agreed, and especially on a player and a champion that wants to be going so deep into going execute damage, lethality, everything you need. That's going to be what Zai brings to the table. So I think that's a great call. Not overextending into the enemy bases. Also a reserved but wise play from Furia. They reset, they come back strong. There's still 20 seconds on the timer.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, Zai, death from below just to try to find the stun. Salo fortunately able to get away with the ghost, but it's not before the towers drop. So ultimately, Furia does get all of the outer towers with the Baron. Plus 3.5 will be the final Baron power play, with the overall gold advantage being nearly 8,000.
And that is a moment where your late game looks just as done. Loss, this is not looking like you can scale anything at all. You have a Zir, you have a Felios, you have a Cassante just doing so good in the meta for late game. You're not tanking enough, you're not dealing damage enough, you're not coordinating your chains enough, and now Furia has all the tools with the Drakes, having taken the Baron, now full control over your jungle as well, trying to regain Loss. Could find themselves in an ambush if they go into any fog.
And let's remember the stakes of this game as well. Both these teams currently sitting at 2 and 3, being able to move up to 3 and 3 and sort of join the top half of the pack instead of falling down in the soup could just be so impactful for your season. And both these teams, we said, have shown flashes of brilliance. And I think we've seen some of that this game from both sides, from players like Super Kleber and Envy, and also the bottom lane of Furia. But Furia, they are the ones that have really stepped up. Mir as well, 0-1-5 on the Xin Zhao, even though kill participation is not as high as one might expect, has definitely been a huge part of the pressure that was thrown towards Los Grandes.
And they're looking for it. Zai escapes, but it's going to be initiated by Furia.
Yep. Elder Dragon on the map. Remember, they have the Chemtech Soul in hand. 8,000 gold is the advantage. IU, 3.5 items. Keep your eyes on this Neela as Destroy is behind. He has the Mega, but he is spotted. 7,000 on the Elder Dragon, and who's going to mark the Gnar? Look for the engage to come through. Zai poking, prodding, and now Destroy getting zoned out. Here comes the engage from Cabby. The Grand Entrance goes out, but it doesn't really find anyone. The follow-up's not there, as Envy is now the focus. He will die, and the main carry of Los Grandes is dead. That's gonna be Salo and Cabby following suit. 3 have already dropped. IU now fighting with Super Kleber, able to just kite away. The Dragon is a focus. Sees maybe could steal it, but no. He's running for the hills as the teleports come through. Super Kleber should die to Destroy in the end as Tut has found Seas, and this might just be the game. Seas will die as the apotheosis will finish it off with an auto attack from Tuts as well. And with the minions in the base, it's a dominant game by Furia.
This is looking close to 3-3, Hawk, and I think this is exactly what they drafted for. They went for IU and Zai onto the Neela and Pike, and they executed it to excellence. 1 Nexus turret away from the game win, and this is looking like a win.
Envy has respawned, but the Elder in hand. Cabby going to have the breath of death forced upon him. The shockwave goes wide, but it won't mean a damn thing. Furia, after pulling out their signature bot lane, show why you don't give Zai Pike.
That is the confidence of a team that's used to playing a composition to its maximum potential. Furia managed not just to win that lane of the 2 champions they picked, but also having that big pressure. You said it, by Mia on the Zinzao. You don't even need to confirm assists or just skill participation in general. As long as you're getting the pressure on the map, you're stealing, you're invading, you're having your presence. Sometimes, so the usual time, your presence seen, but in this case, not seen. The enemy team couldn't really spot them. Lost was trying to keep track of where Mia was, but they couldn't really follow along. They were always 1 step behind, but they really stood a good fight. I think there was many pieces that could have done really well, but Furia also studied how those hyper carries had to elevate the game, and they didn't leave any space for Lost to do it.
Yeah, and again, Mir, such a big part of the puzzle, applying so much pressure to the map. The lack of information not allowing Los Grandes to play their game. But really, IU, Zai, what an unbelievable performance. I mean, I think for me, the play of the game, IU 1v3 at level 7, flashing in and finding 2 kills. Even though that wasn't the play that necessarily won them the game, I think it was the one that maybe secured the mental war, perhaps, as IU was definitely feeling himself in that one.
No, I am on the same page, Hawk. There's something that really makes you feel confident, and it's popping off when you're outnumbered. And I think they already had all that confidence to get that into success, because it's one thing when you are ahead, indeed, that you are ahead, but you try to do something bold as a 1v3, and it doesn't go right. And you just, okay, we have to be a little more calm about it. But no, that's not the case. They not just survived, they got 2 kills out of it. It's just insane burst in ego that Furia had on that, and they deserved it because everything was really played to a T. All of the Barons, all of the Drakes, even Elder Soul was taken. A long game because of how Lost was fighting, but Furia was on top every single moment.
Absolutely. It was a dominant game for Furia Los Grandes. They had their moments. The Soul Lanes in particular played well, but it was not enough to stop the Pike Pain train, or perhaps the Pike Furia train, as when we return from our break, we will have the final match of the day as both Vivo Cade Stars and Liberty look to bounce back from their Saturday losses. See you in a few. And welcome back, everybody, one final time to the CBLOL English for week number 3, where we have one remaining game left on the docket. But Soph, what a week of games it has been so far. As I mean, look, it's the CBLOL. Bangers only. What can we say?
Yeah, it's what we expect. We cannot receive anything less than bangers, and that's what they deliver every single time. The weekend has been nothing different from the recent weeks, and today in particular, good God. Even the matches that we thought were supposed to be incredibly easy, especially for Loud against INTZ, long games, competitive games, Loss and Furia. Furia played incredibly well. It was the previous game that we just casted, but Loss was really standing. This is not going to be us giving our potential 3-3. So now going into VKS and Liberty, I wonder what our predictions look like, because I think that's going to be very competitive as well.
Yeah, I would definitely think so. We can pull those predictions up on the screen if we would like to see who is going to win this game, because so I mean, both Liberty, of course, they're the team on the hunt for the 3-3, as Axeman and Rose now stand alone. But when we talk about the competitiveness of the game so far, I think even though, you know, they have been slightly one-sided, they have been, as you said, extremely intense, with the losing team not backing down.
Absolutely. And I think that's going to be the same case here for Liberty, especially when we saw so much of a highlight going for makes there in the top lane, especially on that Cassante. So I don't think VKS is going to allow Cassante to come through. Of course, again, 100% ban and pick presence in the CBLOL. It's Cassante and Nocturne so far. Nothing is changing on that regard, and I don't think it should be. It's powerful. You have to deal with it, or if you don't want to deal with it, just ban it out. It's just how draft goes. But I have to agree with most of our fellow analysts here. I think Axeman and Rose have good reason to be rooting for Liberty. I think they have incredible potential, but that's kind of what it is. I feel like they have more potential than they can deliver now. I think they still have to grow much more as a team and as a composition, as a synergetic group than VKS. VKS just has that a little more oiled up.
Yeah, and let's zoom in a little bit on this matchup, because clearly the desk heavily in favor of Vivo Cade Stars, and they are the team, of course, with the better record, entering in at 3-2. And we can take a look at their roster here today, where I think for both of these teams, it has frequently revolved around one player. And for the Cade Stars, the X factor to me has been Takui in the mid lane.
Oh, it is. We kindly and dearly call him Tutuku, and I think that's the greatest nickname we've ever created for a player. And I think he's been having a great time with the reception of Brazil to his gameplay, and I think he deserves it. You're so right. The Azir, when it comes for Tukui, it's just insane. It controls the mid lane, it controls early game, and it guarantees such great rotations, either for Void Grubs and Drakes. Overall, this is a very good team that has finally gotten themselves into a stage where, being 3-2, they are one of the biggest contenders to be in the playoffs. So fighting against Liberty now on 2-3, I don't think is going to be a difficult play at all. But I think Liberty is still going to be, again, as both the previous teams, INTZ and Lost, gonna ground in a very assertive fashion, especially on that top lane. So let's have a look at the Liberty squad, shall we?
Yeah, we can absolutely turn our way over to that side, as the Cade Stars, they're on the hunt to really remain a part of that top 5, and Liberty, they want to be a part of the conversation. Again, looking for that 3-3, and we talk about teams that have made a lot of changes. Both the Cade Stars and Liberty, very different from their previous iterations. But, Sofchan, we said certain X factors on either side. Takui or Vivo Cade Stars, and for Liberty, it almost certainly has to be Makes in the top lane.
And it's funny as well, because you have a player like Mikau in the Liberty squad, a player that is so seasoned because he's played CBLOL for so many years, then retired, and then now back on Liberty. Makes is performing so incredibly well, especially coming from Academy, that it kind of overshadows on Mikau. Supposed to be one of the biggest connections and biggest points to keep your eyes on for Liberty. Now the top lane is that place. So kind of similar to what we saw with Super Clever. I think it happens here for Liberty as well. There is such a massive potential, such great plays and direction into shot calling that happens in the top lane, but somehow doesn't really convert into the rest of the lanes getting that participation, gold distribution into the items they need to really grow into scaling.
Yeah, and I do think that has really been the trick for Liberty, at least so far. It feels like Pilot has had some pretty decent games. Makes, of course, has been pretty insane so far throughout the split. I think one of the better top laners we've had here in the CBLOL for the young talent. But the bottom lane has struggled to really get going. But we are now into the draft, and we'll see if Liberty can finally activate a legend in Macau in this draft. Karma given over immediately to me is a bit of an alarm bell.
It's true. It's kind of what we saw in the last game. You gave Nila and Pike. Is that what you did? Now it's VKS getting the first pick on the Karma. So incredibly powerful. So I appreciate from Liberty that they're going for Ezreal. I am looking at this Aurelion Sol and thinking, is Orianna on the board? No, she's not. Azir is not on the board. I would say Talia would serve the purpose much better if you're going for a mid laner. You want to have, if you're looking for someone that has more roaming and rotation, that would be safer. Instead, go for the Rel, of course, being flex, potentially jungle or support.
We do have the Corki on the board for the mid lane as well. I'm expecting a Varus to come through here for Vivo Cade Stars to pair alongside this Karma, make an incredibly strong and difficult to break open bot lane 2v2. But they decide to go a different direction. The Lucian going to come out. And now this asks the question, is this a Karma mid? Do you take Amelia or a Nami to pair alongside and try to dominate in the 2v2 with the mid laner that provides a lot of utility? And in fact, that does seem to be the answer.
I think it makes sense. When I saw like the Lucian coming through, I'm like, nah, it certainly is not going to go with the Lucian, right? It has to be the staple, either Milio or Nami coming with it. So I think, again, the Karma guarantees a lot of protection for the mid lane. She's so incredibly safe. Her poke is immaculate. You can always be pushing the lane should you want to do it. So I think VKS has quite a lot of space on that to allow for Dizamis to focus more on the bot lane because of the pressure that Lucian has in the early game. On the side of Liberty, they close out with Cassante for Makes, and I think this is huge. It is also through, so you might as well take it. It's not going to make any sense to not take your biggest strength, and that's what Liberty does.
And we talk about 100% pick ban. I think makes a big part of the reason why that has remained true, as in week number 2, an upset win over Pain Gaming 11-2-6 on the Cassante. I mean, an unreal performance, more than half of the team's kills in what was a 38-minute upset win. Going to try to do the same here against the Vivo Cade Stars. And I like how you talk about that Karma mid as well. Frequently a champion that just provides so much value. And look, so if there's a reason why that across all global regions, Karma has basically been a red side permaban on 14.2.
Yeah, it's not just because of the champion kit, but how she is at the meta at the moment. There was a couple of buffs that she received, really allowing her to not just be incredibly strong in the red side as a second pick for the bot lane, but also having her guaranteed as a mid lane. You have more of that pressure because of the buffs, and you can have the damage leading into a late game that could translate into having a more aggressive AD top laner coming through. Something like that would make sense. Or even on the jungler side of things, the Xin Zhao is still open, while Liberty saw that exactly what they wanted to take out of the table was junglers, Graves, the Kindred out. But now VKS took the Nautilus and the Aphelios. Now Liberty is focusing on the Blitzcrank. The only time it was picked was yesterday by Predelta. Didn't end up on a win.
Yeah, it unfortunately did not, and now Cavallo going to go towards that pick. The answer into the Milio. Look, this is a risky one. Ezreal Blitz, not typically a 2v2 that we think of as being particularly strong, but if you are able to find some of these enchanters with the rocket grab, it can be game-changing. And I like the focus onto the marksman junglers as well from Liberty, forcing Dizamis onto the Sejuani, not wanting to let that synergy with the Milio come through. And now we ask the question, what is the final pick for Gigo? He already knows the matchup. It's going to be the Cassante on the other side, so you're just trying to find an answer.
Yeah, I think the null works. I don't think Aurelia would be bad. I think Oh, what was I just thinking? Even Olaf, I don't think it would be bad. But the one thing that I did think about, it's escaping my mind at the moment, but I'm gonna remember it. Wait, do they really what?
Whoa. Okay, we have a Vel'Koz mid locked in as the answer into Karma from Pilot. We talked. Tukui has so frequently been the X factor for Cade Stars, and Pilot said, "Give me this champion." It was insta-locked, by the way, which says to me this was a pre-prepared counter pick.
Oh yes, most definitely, because we're talking about a team, Liberty, with all its faults here and there, especially with the team gelling with each other. They still have Turtle and Belzy as their coaches. Belzy was Loud's coach when they won last split. So does that tell you anything? They really know what they're doing. They're not going to make any of these picks lightly. Just like yesterday, I don't think when they had Pro Delta on Blitzcrank, I don't think it was lightly, but it remains the question, is it good enough having this champion here on the bot side when you could have had something different? But the Vel'Koz, that is a true damage that could be making a difference, especially on such a tanky jungler like Sejuani. Do you think that's going to be effective?
I mean, I definitely think it could be so much damage going to come out from this champion, and so much damage needs to come out from this champion, because I will say so, all of it is on Vel'Koz and Ezreal, who are two champions with a lot of range, but the Vel'Koz in particular, not a lot of safety. And against a double enchanter comp, I'll be honest, I fear for Liberty in the later stages of the game if they get into the team fight. So I've really got my eyes on what they're cooking with this draft to be able to create some sort of advantage. Cavallo, can you hit those big hooks? Pilot, can you dominate this mid lane and try to take over the game? Because otherwise, I do fear enchanters just feel so hard to break.
It really does. And if you get someone like Gigo, like this amazing, the big Gnar and Sejuani on that hook, oh, that's something you don't want to get going. But into the Rift we go, Hawk. VKS on the blue side, Liberty on the red for our final match of the Sunday.
And Vivocade, they're actually stacking up S5, maybe scouting for any sort of solo queue style invades to come out from Cavallo.
Oh my god.
Going to face check. Okay, everything's fine. Just a Mystic shot to go in. And now, with that information, Vivocade walking in on the top side for some vision. Or rather, Liberty.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, Smiley for Delta trying to get that. But, of course, Mikhail being so experienced, especially on competitive as he is, he knows much better than face checking. That's not going to happen. If you want someone to be face to face to you, wait for Cavallo to get one of those hooks going.
Yeah, and I think those hooks just going to be so impactful. And this is a different style. You know, we talked for Liberty so far. Makes really has been that player that has made the difference in some of their games. And of course, on the Cassante, we know that he can do it regardless of what the draft is. But I do think, at least early on, it's not really about the top lane. Gigo just going to try to neutralize here on the Gnar. And again, those rocket grabs, they have to be pivotal in this one.
Oh, yes, and both junglers looking to rotate for the same side of the map, looking for that bot side, as you would expect, also rotating for mid lane. Now Tukui controlling this wave like a master, and I really like that because the Karma not only allows for a gameplay that way, but also the team is just going so well on top of how Tukui plays. Looking at bot lane, there's the level 2 that's going to be getting here in a second. And Smiley being that Lucian, they can be aggressive.
And do you think Smiley, a player that has had some really good games and some more quiet games so far for the Cade Stars? And I think, honestly, that just sums up their performance so far this split in general, where overall, it looks like the Cade Stars will be in the conversation. And when they're at their best, they look like one of the strongest teams here in the CBLOL. But finding that consistent success has sort of been the trick for them so far, as evidenced by the 2 losses that they hold coming into today.
Yeah, it's something that you really have to keep in mind. We're talking about a team that is at the top of the standings, and Liberty standing with one less win. And not the best of records in recent splits, right? So it feels different than it does for VKS, who is usually getting into playoffs. Now, one of these moments really feel like it becomes about mental. But both sides still looking very careful on how they rotate. Both junglers going for a full clear. Actually, the Sejuani that is me being a little faster on this push. Smiley is going to have a look and see if they can find anyone. And Drake Hero has been scouted.
Yeah, Drake Hero probably not going to be able to contest for that bottom side crab as well. We also saw heavy trading in mid. It's actually Pilot forced to base first, burning through those potions. Will likely expend the teleport to get back, but at least so far, again, only 3.5 minutes into the game, Vel'Koz does not seem to be getting of the karma yet.
Yeah, not yet, but we have the semis as well going in the mid lane. Saying, okay, my mid laner is protected. I know you came back with a TP, but this is still the fastest place to go for the enemy scuttle crab, so I'm gonna go for it. I think there is a place where both of these junglers execute a very similar, not play style, but just direction. Both of them want to go in, they want to engage, they don't have as much damage, they're going to tank a little bit more. So it's going to depend on how and where they focus their efforts. Now we're looking at VKS going a little bit towards the top side. It's important to not get Makes into such a comfortable place, but to Quill.
Tukui could be under attack. Drake Hero just going to make an appearance in mid as the stun lands, crash down, but the damage follow-up not really there. As I say that, Tukui does get chunked fairly low. Likely going to be forced to use the teleport of his own to get back to this lane later, but holds on to all of his summoners, at least so far.
Makes is going down on health and
Makes, oh, hang on, that's the Pathmaker expended, used defensively now as he realizes Samus is in the area. Did he bite off too much? The Ghost going to come out, flash with the Arctic Assault. One more auto with the Permafrost should have it, and that will be enough. First blood over to Vivocade.
That's a great rotation for Vivo. It's so good to see that when something is going in the mid lane by Drake Hero, this is like, okay, I'm gonna get it on the top side. It makes, I would say, was a little bit naive, even going for that 1v1. Cavallo gets a hook.
Hang on, Cavallo going to hook. It's on to Smiley, but how much damage can they actually find? The Ignite thrown down, and Cavallo is the one forced to run away. Smiley, you're able to turn around so much, and that's the thing, Ezreal Blitzcrank, you may be able to find a hook, but can you actually win the fight?
Can you? Well, at this point, Pro Delta and Smiley really have the upper hand, full control over the wave. That's as well going into the Drake pit. They can take this one fairly easily, straight out of spawn, just shy of 40 seconds later. Well, of course, we have been seeing this over and over again on CBLOL, getting that trade on the early Void Grubs, now guaranteeing 3 for Liberty. That is going to allow them to have a little less pressure on the bottom side, because the next time it spawns on 5 minutes, the semis will have to contest it.
And perhaps a little bit more pressure on the Cade Stars to fight into them early as well. Everything going to be fairly even despite the kill going down. That's really the main difference in the gold so far. Gigo that kill onto Makes, and now the Gnar into the wall. Pathmaker going to be expended. Makes has been chunked. Q3 if he wants to extend, but those hyper procs doing so much work.
It's a very nice pick going out for the Gnar against the Cassandra. You have range. You also have potential of having more CC and a little bit more beefiness with your Mega Gnar. You can just control the wave as good as a ranged can against the melee. So that's a wise choice from VKS. Still, Makes can shine on the Cassandra, as we've seen. There's a big rotation with Pro Delta here in the mid lane, maybe trying to get something against Pilot. Some vision was taken out, so they gotta be careful.
Samus actually with the Hex Flash as well. Does not opt to use it yet, but there's the Glacial Prison, lands onto Pilot, and with the flash follow from Tukui, that should just be the kill. So well played by the duo mid-jungle of Vivocade to pick up their second of the game.
Oh, Pilot, you saw they were taking a ward there. Why would you stay so advanced? But as this is going for Drake Hero, just trying to get them away from this Cutter Crab, and successfully doing so could guarantee this one and a wider area for the Void Grubs whenever they spawn.
And I think, honestly, misunderstanding from Pilot just on not understanding the fact that once the Glacial Prison lands, you're dead regardless of if you have Flash. Having to get out of that CC before it lands, unfortunately, cannot. And the great Flash follow from Tukui on the route does secure the kill. And now with that priority, Samus walking in, stealing away a red buff from Drake Hero, as well as a big chunk of his health bar. And honestly, Vivocade, so far, they have just been straight up winning in all 3 lanes. And I think Dasami's playing around that so effectively.
Oh yeah, look at that. No vision, although they knew that was Decimes and Pro Delta around. Straight into that crystal, the Glacial Prison, as you said. The route followed up with Tukui. It's just as you say. It's done. You are dead. There's no escape at all. You have to get out of it before the first CC comes, and that wasn't the case for Liberty. So maybe overextending a little bit, being confident they could dodge it. But why would you risk your flash? Oh, I've risked dying anyway.
And as well, Pilot, remember, this was an insta-lock R5 counter pick to the Karma mid. So far, down about 10, 15 CS after Takui picks up this wave. Down the kill, granted, you know, there was jungle intervention, but you've yet to really see the Vel'Koz have much positive effect. And that gank, I think, is the risk of picking a champion like Vel'Koz. Simply so vulnerable without any sort of mobility or tankiness to speak of whatsoever.
Definitely, and it's different from other immobile mages like Orianna or Syndra. They have a little bit of escapability, a little bit movement speed, or a stun here and there. Pilot, if you don't land your knockup, then you're absolutely dead. If you don't have flash, you're dead, right? So it feels bad to be vulnerable this way, but Disamiz knows exactly that, and that's why they're being so assertive on those rotations. Now with just shy of 2 minutes for the next Drake to spawn, VKS is already gathering space here on the bottom side, clearing out vision. But Drake Hero is around, very aware that this should be the first time they try to engage on this Drake and deny that stacking from happening.
Tasami's already getting both the solo lanes ahead, now maybe potentially paying a bit more attention towards that bottom side. I would expect them to want to continue that dragon stacking. Second spawn of the Grubs is going to come up now, so if either team opted to go for that, it is available. But of course, with the junglers on this side of the map, I do not expect that to be taken anytime soon. Both teams just clearing out vision, trying to control that bottom side river highway, not allow one or the other to be able to rotate around the map too effectively.
Ooh, that was a dash there by Disamiz into the pit. Now getting again full control over the bottom river. Now Drake Hero has to move a little bit towards that red bush. Trying to stack something, maybe some damage onto the enemy bot lane, but now Piloto is the target.
Yeah, Dasami's sitting, lurking. Pilot still does not have the flash for about 30 seconds, and we're just waiting. It feels like there's going to be a fight at some point. The sharks are circling, the chum is in the water, but nobody willing to take a bite just yet.
And you're so right, it was a great position to go on the flashless Pilot, but Gigo, I think they win this.
Oh, hang on, Gigo, that's a flash in. Yeah, makes forced to run for the hills. They're all out gonna come through, but one more auto is enough and makes the star-studded top laner for Liberty is getting dunked so far.
Yeah, that's exactly what Na does when they're Mega Na. And now VKS, because of that control on the top side, feels comfortable enough to go for the Drake. And because they had gotten some of that vision taken out by Liberty too, they have this space. You see that two wards there by Liberty, so they're just not approaching that side anyway, especially because of Cavallo. So having to quit translating his presence here could even become a big fight.
Yeah, Glacial Prison onto Cavallo, forced to flash away, but the culling doing so much damage, taken to about 33%. Drake Hero here to try to disengage, and now he's the target. Root will land, but no follow-up. Vivo Cade Stars, they get the dragon. They don't get any kills on this side of the map, but let's look again at how Guigo got the solo kill.
The mix goes in, tries to take out that ward. Gigo had warded it, so they have the first attack into a flash and a W to get the slow on top of their heads, and easily, oh, I love these views. They are so great. And getting that solo Q onto Makes is definitely going to get the boosted advantage that VKS would love against the player that did the first penta of the season.
And such a brilliant young talent in the top lane again is Makes. But, you know, we've not really talked too much about the pedigree of Guigo in this game, but consistently one of the best, if not the best top laner in the CBLOL. This is a tall task for Makes to fight up against them. But Dasami's going in at the Grubs. We're seeing the flash away from Pilot is Takui, and now Drake Hero lurking in the pit. Wants to try to pick up that fifth, but the first is denied. Gigo finds another solo kill in the meanwhile as the second Grub goes down as well. So Vivo K, they get everything they could want, denying the 5 stack of the Grubs and finding yet another kill. Just as we were saying it, Guigo, so frequently one of the best tops in the CBLOL, showing why he is eating this young top for breakfast.
It's definitely a healthy meal because Gigo, I feel like it's one of the biggest qualities on this player being independent. Disambis didn't even touch top lane. They went in close for the grubs, fighting that, and they didn't even need the help. Gigo is just independent as a player and can be doing that, especially being a nah, so safe yet so powerful against makes, taking advantage of that range, of that percentage of health that you can take down on your auto attacks. Very nicely done. And as you say, taking 2 of those grubs denies Liberty from having big split push potential should that come into play. Although that composition is not even that focused onto split push anyway. They're looking for fights because of that bot lane, especially because of Piloto being that round 5 counter pick on the Vel'Koz that we haven't seen in a while.
Remember, this Liberty composition built around finding picks from long range and being able to one-shot someone, but 3,500 gold down. You might wonder about that damage as the game progresses. Cade Stars going to try to force Liberty out of the river, but it seems a contest is to be had around this Rift Herald. Shelly down to about 6,000 as all 5 members from both sides are in the river. Ego has gone mega, does not have the flash available to find a big Gnar, but does find one onto Drake Hero. Now, into the back line goes Gigo after the Rocket Grab comes out. The life form disintegration ray fires across it. It's a shutdown onto the Gnar so far. Traded for Drake Hero, but in the 1-for-1, that extra shutdown gold might just favor Liberty.
Oh, at the same time, it's a jungler that's out of the table. Drake Hero is not going to have a smite, so Dissemis might as well take this one. Cavallo trying to get an engage. Could work it.
Health bars are low for VivoK. They need to be very careful. Liberty might fancy this one. Gigo does have the teleport when he respawns in 10 seconds, though. Dasami's able to land the smite. The Herald is taken, and now the focus onto the top lane tier 1. VivoK, despite the low health, they want to stick around. They want to continue to press the pace of this game. Cavallo going to face check the bush, find Dasami's, but that is only a Sejuani. Pro Delta barely able to live. He's got the fancy feet, but finally Pilot takes him down. VivoK forced out a good response from Liberty.
I will say that felt like such a muscle memory problem because of the terrain changes. They were trying to escape. Oh, there's a wall here.
Hang on, Gigo needs to be careful. It's going to be a Gnar in, and he's going to be just fine. Walking away, no all out to come through from Makes as we can get another look at this Herald fight.
It was very good. I think having that started with VKS, it makes sense. But then you have such a great break coming from Piloto. It works out into a little bit, but you said it, there was not enough damage. And one of the key points is who died. It was Gigo who died and Drake Hero who died. Not having his might was absolutely necessary for VKS to confirm that one, because yeah, scary Cavallo going in trying to get a hook on you, Piloto trying to get that true damage, but the smite is always going to favor in any way. Not even a true shot barrage deals that much damage onto Wild anyway.
And we'll have to see how much VivoK can actually get with this Herald. They still have it in their inventory, and in fact, we'll summon it up here at the spawn of the Dragon towards the mid lane, because it was a shutdown that was picked up by Mikau on the Ezreal, as well as an additional kill on a Pilot. So that gold could go a long way for Liberty. Teleport coming into mid, though, to try to hold onto the tower. Pilot finally going to arrive, but half HP to this fight. And VivoK, they're actually sticking around. They want to take this one down. Low range on their composition, though, means that the tower will stand. Priority over the Dragon over to them for now, but Makes has the bot side pushed all the way up, which means a contest could come through should they want it. Look for Liberty to try to muscle their way into the river with the Kui separated out on the side. Hex Flash to come over the wall. Drake Hero, who can he find with the Magnet Storm? They want to combo that with the Life Form Disintegration, right? It's first going to be a Rocket Grab. Dasami's taken down immediately. Now Kui completely out of position in the back line. He does trade with Makes as Drake Hero will die as well. The Gnar back comes through. Cavallo will fall, and despite what looked like a favorable position for Liberty, it's actually VivoK Stars that win the fight.
And Tukwil is not even finished yet. They tried to go for Piloto as well, forcing out the... not the flash, but forcing out the ulti. And that guarantees Vivo to just have the cleanest and easiest of Drakes, although they don't have their jungler. We mentioned how important it is to have your smite, but if you just scare the 5 enemy players away, that is just as good as confirming the objectives. So Hawk, we're looking at a team that has built now 4,000, 5,000 gold ahead. Let's have a look at the replay again. You mentioned the Magnastorm that was trying to connect and getting the semis out of the table as soon as they try to go for the fight is great by Liberty. But when Gigo comes in, there's the exhaust. At least the backline on Vivo is protected. They have such a space to get Smiley on a double kill that it doesn't even matter that they don't have enough damage to burn them down as quickly as they burn the semis, because they already had the pressure onto the Drake. That's the most important bit.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks so good. The rocket grab lands on to Dasamis. They get the first kill, but they weren't really ever able to set up on the play. Was Liberty. And that is so difficult when you're playing a poke comp like Ezreal Valkaz. You want to be able to draw those battle lines and fire in skill shots. Ego now going to be the focus as the silence comes out, but a nice sidestep out of the rocket grab will get him away. And in fact, Cavallo now, no flash, will be the target of Dasamis. One more stack of the permafrost will do it. Glacial Prison is expended. Smiley into the backline. It's going to be the first kill going down on the Cavallo as the Cassante comes in. All out over the wall. Dasamis now under the turret. You do not want to be there, my friend, as the kidnap came through. Gigo getting burned down by the life form disintegration ray as well. But the damage is not there. And now Liberty corralled under their own tower. Health bars are low. Pilot trying to clear out the wave to delay the dive as Mikau is arriving. But a big chunk is taken. They are like lambs to the slaughter as Gigo will dive in. The tower will die, and so will Liberty. 3 more kills under the turret for Vivocade.
Gigo and Tukwin, what the biggest of threats. You wouldn't expect to see that much damage already coming out on a Karma mid 19 minutes, and they're 3-0 and 4 basically burned down through Piloto. They try to get something, but they were corralled, as you said, but stuck between a rock and a hard place, and now Baron has been started. There's Cavallo and Biko on the backline, but there's no jungler.
Yeah, this could be the straw that broke the camel's back. Baron down to 7,000. The respawn's going to come through. Teleport on Pilot, but not makes. And I think the Baron is just going to die. Liberty, they're not going to get here in time. And now 9,000 gold in the lead. Cade Stars, they are proving that they deserve to be at the top of the table.
And the fight started here. They have Cavallo trying to get a hook onto Gigo. Now it translates into Disamis going into the bush. Following up on Cavallo, there's Smiley as well that goes over the wall into a flank. Trying to get that damage is just on the support, specifically TP on the backline. And that's the all-out you mentioned, Hawk. Getting the semis on under the turret was perfect for Piloto to finish out the enemy jungler. But there's no damage. Now look at Tukui here. Look at the dodge immediately into the powered Q. Almost half the HP on Piloto. And then they engage. Smiley, take it. Gigo gets the ulti, forcing out flashes while the rest of the team is attacking the turret, guaranteeing that it was going to go down. Super well executed by VK.
Incredibly well done. I definitely agree with you. And so I think at this point into the game, I don't think the Vel'Koz was it. Can we say that?
No.
I don't think the Vel'Koz was the answer to the karma. The champion just feels so incredibly strong. Drake Hero going to get chunked out, permafrost done, Glacial Prison, and so much damage. They cannot fight. The kidnap does come through, but who is kidnapping who? Makes in the middle of everybody, and he's going to die. Empowered Inner Flame, chunking the rest of Liberty out, forcing them to scatter to the wind as the towers will now be the focus.
And all 3 lanes are advanced for VKS. Now pushing out a little bit is that Vel'Koz on the bottom side, but VKS doesn't care. We're taking your tier 2. We have Baron still for almost 1.5 minutes. We could take your tier 3 should we want to. Just waiting for those waves to come and join us in the mid lane. Gigo is pushing out. Tier 2 is gonna come down, and this is looking like VKS with the biggest controls over the late game.
And it feels like everyone firing on all cylinders on this team. Gigo playing so well. Rocket grab, though, does land on a Pro Delta. There's a life form disintegration rate. That's going to be 2 kills. Hold the phone. Liberty, they actually pick up the combo. But can they get away? Drake Hero will die, but it's an honorable sacrifice in what was ultimately a 2-for-2. The boomerang barely does not kill Pilot, as Liberty does at least delay the push.
that Vel'Koz ulti with a Magna Storm on Drake Hero was immaculate. And unfortunately for them, that's what they have been trying to do for the longest time. But when we see fights coming from Liberty, Makes is taking someone to the other side of the map. Cavallo is pushing on the wrong person, like Gigo or Disamiz. Yeah, you can take down Disamiz fast, but how many resources did you spend on taking down the enemy jungler? A tank, no less. A CC-focused champion like Sejuani. While you have the Karma to Qui 4-0 and 6, your Lucian 6, 5, 1, and 4, and the Milio Predator 1, 2, and 11. That's incredible win kill participation, and the gold is just keep on rising.
In the bush bait, though, the Death Brush does not work out. Now Makes is the focus. After such a strong Cassante performance last week, it has unfortunately not been his game, and Takui is not done. Does get hit by the knockup. Flash gonna come forward. Takui might have gone too far forward. It's traded 1-for-1 as Macau also drops. Now they're on to Cavallo. Slow misses, so the Blitzcrank should be able to walk away. 2-for-1 so far. But again, when you're down 10,000 gold, you take what you can get. Drake Hero trying to cut the wave to prevent any sort of siege from coming through. It's all about delaying the Baron push, which has now fallen off of the Cade Stars. They got most of the outer towers, but at the very least for Liberty, the base does still stand.
It's a base standing, but that Drake is not going to stand for much longer. They're going to try to do something about it. They're gathering into the jungle. Is Drake Hero the key for this?
Maybe it could be. Drake Hero, if you can steal this, maybe you can buy some time in this game. Maybe you can let your Vel'Koz scale. And in
They
fact,
did it!
he gets it! The Q, Flash, Smite, now the Life Form disintegration ray across multiple. Smiley's already down. Hold the phone. Pilot is still alive as well. Cavallo trying to find a hook onto Dasami's. Might be able to burn down the Sejuani, but with Takui arriving, Liberty, they know that they cannot win this fight. They want to turn. There's a hook. It hits Takui, the main carry. The Karma might just die. Makes with the kidnap over the wall. Takui trying to heal up with the empowered W, and in fact will. Pilot now down. And did they go too far? Liberty, they thought they could turn the game, but it's in fact Vivo Cade Stars that will be putting them down.
That is the performance of a playoffs team that we want to see from VKS. That's Gigo on the top side, having that TP available. They go straight for the siege. Tier 3 is done. All the waves are pushing out for VKS. And I thought Liberty had an upper hand. They stole it. Drake Hero calibrated on that smite, got the 50-50. But the fight that looked like it could go so well for Liberty. I don't think Pilot had the ulti. If you don't have the disintegration rate, then how can you win this? Let's have a look at the fight again. It was all VKS at the start of it, and then you go Flash, Q, into the smite. Getting that for Liberty, you're still a little way, but it's not enough. While the rest of VKS is just getting around, when Takui arrives is when the moment of truth comes. There's them in the bush. You have a good hook, but it's not enough damage, again, because Pilot didn't have their ulti. If the Vel'Koz had it, it would have been a perfect layout of a straight line. It wasn't the case, and now they come back around. Gigo from Mega Na into Mini Na, can kite them out alongside Predelta. It was just not the moment for Liberty to fight.
And the fact that Makes had the kidnap onto Takui, but didn't actually have the damage to kill off the Karma, so impactful in that fight as well. And now Liberty, they're down over 11,000 gold. Now, despite that, they have been fighting back, but Makes is just getting taken so low. Smiley dashing forward, bullet to the back of the head, and Macau will die as well. One rookie, one CBLOL legend, but nothing in the face of the Cade Stars. Here comes the push. Gigo under the tower, wants to rip out the heart of Liberty, and even though he trades it, there's only 2 members alive. The dive will come through as Drake Hero will fall. The base soon to follow. VKS, they'll improve to 4-2.
That's a base exposed for Liberty Hawk as they're pushing out for the Nexus turrets. It's all players. 4 players standing for VKS. Nexus turret 1, Nexus turret 2. And it looks like it's VKS coming on top.
Incredibly well played by them. Liberty, they cooked in the draft, but it was not just enough. And as the final auto attacks come out, maybe a little bit of stat padding in the fountain. Vivo Cade Stars very much proving that they belong in their place in the standings with a big Week 3 win.
That must feel so good. They were already on 3-2, so there was no deficit whatsoever. But now coming on to 4-2, it feels super good. We're getting into a almost half-ish stage into our regular points phase. And they shown us how well they can play as a team. And Liberty, you had great points. You had great pieces to the puzzle, but they didn't quite connect. So, Hawk, tell me about the updated standings as it is.
Yeah, and I think the main thing, we're starting to see the soup form towards the bottom. Liberty, Los Grandes, INTZ, all not finding critical wins today in which they had opportunities. And at the top of the standings, Furia and the rest, Red Canids at 3-3. Loud stands alone at the top. But it feels like, in particular, the 6 of these teams so competitive with one another. But of course, we are a long way from the playoffs, giving our bottom 4 teams plenty of time to break in if they turn things around. And with what we saw today, look, so I think our game's ultimately fairly one-sided in that once a team took the advantage, they were able to close it out. It was not without instance. None of our games were a complete stomp. Every single one had a little bit of chaos thrown in. And it always just goes to show that no matter what happens, our teams in the CBLOL can go toe to toe with one another, no matter what the nameplates may say.
Not just that, I think in this split in particular, I think all of them have gone to a next level. Not just the players themselves, the orgs, how they have organized and scouted their rosters, how the lineups look, their compositions with staff and coaches. We have to always highlight Liberty having that makes in the top lane, being a academy player alongside Turtle and Belzy as their coaches. They can take them to greater heights. Of course they can, but it still feels like some of these teams, especially now that we're forming that bottom of the standings a little bit more cohesively, that they need that step up. They need to take that one next level that all of the other teams feel just so established in. There is no reason to even be worried that they wouldn't succeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And there are flashes of brilliance. Again, that game, unfortunately, was not Makes' game. We spent a lot of time talking about this player because of what he has done for Liberty so far. Pilot as well, I think, showing a lot of flashes after what was a really rough split number 1 last year on Liberty. I think Pilot has turned so much around in his play. But for the Cade Stars, Takui, Smiley, we wanted to see all these players popping off when this roster was formed, and this feels like one of the first games in which it has truly come together from all 3 positions. Everybody on the same page, diving forward and making big plays.
And it's going to feel so good for Tukui as well. They won, not on the Azir. It has been the meme of the week, having Tukui on the Azir, but they win not on a regular mid laner. It's an enchanter, it's supposedly a support, and they make it happen. And in such a great fashion, the Karma now is so powerful. Having it be allowed into the game, you have to take it. And they played it to full mastery. And as I agree with what you said, there's so much dynamicy in this team. They know how to work around each other very, very well. Either it be on those very deep engages with Gigo, either it's the flanks with Smiley. Everyone feels confident, and that's why this win felt, although hard for Liberty, felt like something of an easy, like peaceful win. You know, that wasn't a big struggle. They were like, yeah, we play by the book. That's how it goes. We know it's gonna be everything okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So incredibly well played by Vivo Cade, and we're definitely looking forward to seeing both these teams continue their seasons. That's going to do it here for week 3 on the CBLOL English, as things only continue to heat up here in the CBLOL every single year. I have been Hawk. Joining me has been the absolutely incredible Sofchan. Shout out to Trajan, taking play-by-play for the first 2 games of the day, as well as to our amazing producer, Rose, for their incredible work making us look so good every single week. We'll be back at the same time, same place next Saturday with week 4 action here on CBLOL English. But until then, stay safe. Have a great night.